Chat, I totally was muted for like 6 seconds before I realized it. I was gonna do a little intro here and there, but I just got totally blindsided by the fact that Duolingo is gonna have an anime. Huh? What? Yeah. I've been over here despite the bill. God damn it. Marvin. Good for them. Oh my god. It looks like weirdly Squid Game. Like I don't know how I feel about this. Like it looks like it's just like all of the mascots like being forced to do Squid Games for the owl. And that's all I can figure out. If you miss a streak, you die. It looks like if you get the answers wrong. And they also look like they're using a bunch of tropes. Like there was the magical girl transformation, panty shot included. Weird demented anime faces. A weirdly split second, extremely gay, like shoujo moments where the hijabi girl and the goth girl like grab each other's hands and tell each other to hold on and all this other stuff, and it's like really cute. It even has in the screenshot like the Japanese text up top and the English text underneath. Oh, there it is. The line, do whatever you do, don't let your flame go out. That's gay. That's gay as shit. Megan Streak, you go to the pit? Correct, you go to the pit. You get disassembled and you go into the pit, and maybe in 6 months you get to reassemble yourself. You will not be given a screwdriver. Foreordained to cash in Armstrong. Has it been? Oh, it is 10 minutes. Yeah, that's why it took me so long to come back from the commercial break. Do y'all want to see this? Do we need to watch this trailer? All right, we'll watch the trailer. Hold your horses. Please, no. Are you sure? Are you sure? We can. You sure you don't want to see where this face comes from? Or maybe magical girl Al? There were panty shots both before and after the screenshot. I'm just warning you now. We will revolt. Okay, that's fine. We'll look at the comments then. Here it is. Here's the scene. Just in case you wanted the scene. Just in case you wanted the scene. I came for the horse, stayed for the gay. That usually tends to be the case. But yeah, that's pretty much it on these comments. But apparently it's being made for Toon Hive. But that is all about that. I am still consider my flabbers gasted. Yeah, we'll go with that. So we'll go with my flabbers have been gasted. Anime was a mistake? Yeah. Yeah, probably something that... Woozer, what the fuck is that? Why are you throwing butts around already? Why wait. It is Thursday. Is Thursday the butt throwing day? I thought Friday was the butt throwing day. Tiny hugs, hope you're doing well. I'm doing fine. I just didn't warm up my voice today, and I forgot to do laundry yesterday. So I panic did laundry this morning. This is a brand new revolutionary exercise that would speed up weight loss. I call it the gasoline challenge. You cover yourself in gasoline. No! Wait, didn't you say that before? I swear somebody said that like last week. Was it you, Foreign? I might have. Okay, I think it was you. I was like, that sounds weirdly familiar. The fat just melts off. I was gonna say, I like started reading. I was like, wait a minute. Also, earlier today, I noticed that they didn't take long for the anti-woke crowd to get mad at Peacemaker because a couple Nazis got killed. Didn't they also remove the dance that they added to Fortnite from Peacemaker? I honestly don't know what the dance is, but apparently I heard that like the newest episode, they got context for what the dance was. Still to this day, I do not know the context because it looked too goofy for me to not cringe through. Was it like a Nazi like rally or a party or something? Is that what it was? Is that why they were doing the dance? Oh. Oh. Oh, that's what it was. That's right. They pull. I think I saw like a trailer or something about it, where it was like he decides to stay in a universe because it seems perfect, and he can't connect like why it's perfect to him or anything. And then, is this what happens at the end where he just finds out it's Nazi world basically? Like the Nazis took over the world, and like the only people that are like actually happy are like the white people that he got to meet. Is that what it was? Yes. Did I just guess the plot off the top of my head? Probably. What is that? Wait, God, that is terrifying. Okay, never mind. Up close is cute. At a distance, for some reason, it looks like they have like massive fucking teeth. Oh my God. Sorry, Jesta. I was gonna say, that's just art imitating real life. No, that is not what that is. I'm gonna say that's one of those like what if situations that tons of like media companies like to play with. Man in the High Castle, in this case Peacemaker, and like a bunch of other stuff where it's just like, what if this major recent historical event went a different way?
Come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival, and please enjoy the show.
Oh, both is going off at the same time. Kind of scared me. Rivet, thank you for the 65 stream streak. Impy, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Next, thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What is Granvir? Granvir? Hello. Listen, I like Mrs. Doubtfire.
Step inside.
Seriously, Tiberius and Darth Killer, thank you both for the follows. Welcome in, you two. How was your stream? What is Granvir? Granvir? What? Roguelike mech building. Okay, hold on. Oh, wow, this looks like a classic. Ah, I see. Okay. So you essentially build your mech up over time, and then you can potentially get upgrades the longer you go. I see that giant drill worm thing. I know what you are. Anyway. D&D from Game of Thrones wanted to do a what if the South had won? That sounds like something he just wanted to be able to take over a franchise for himself. There is sometimes the thing whenever you do stuff like that where you're like, what if we took this science fiction or fantasy medium and decided we were going to do something different with it that the original artist hadn't done? Because then we can slam our names on it. And if it pops off, then we get the big money. That's always the plan. That's always the plan. I promise you. I promise you. If a writer tries to make another TV show or another like other like medium of some kind where it's like it's this fan favorite franchise, but this it's usually because they're trying to rip off the artist and essentially steal their creative liberties in order to rewrite their world, but still get the credit and the marketing that comes with it. It'd be like if somebody was like, what if we did a Harry Potter? What if we did the Wizarding World, but less fascist? Okay, go ahead, I guess. But again, you're still curtailing a very shitty series. That happened with Halo? Which part? Which part of Halo? Because I can't think of anything off the top of my head, or at least I didn't hear anything about it. Was the Tolkien inversion? Elric was a Conan inversion? I am not surprised. But with competent writing? Oh my goodness, never would have thought. Going on the way of the original? Yep. Gundamani kind of did a what if fascists won by having what if Xeon Space Nazi Germany won the war with Earth? Yep. Yep. Yeah, but that's also technically the same franchises. And isn't that just is that a continuation or is that an alternate universe? Had the Nazis give the entire South to the Klan? Wait, it did? I need to play Wolfenstein, man. I have some of the Wolfenstein games. Hold on a second. Okay, it's not on Steam. I know I have it somewhere. I think I have 1 or 2 Wolfensteins on Epic Games. Alternate universe? Okay, gotcha. Let me see. What is free right now on Epic Games? Does anybody know? Anybody know off the top of their head? What the shit is that? Fortnite advertisement. Why is Scooby-Doo in the hands of that blonde guy from Fortnite? And why is Jason Ghostface? Is that the villain from the Dungeons and Dragons movie? I just accidentally minimized it. And fucking the villain, the grabber from the black phone. I have no idea who the vampire is on one side and the pig face character with the chainsaw. No idea who that is. Wait. Oh my God. I have Wolfenstein downloaded. This is what happens when you don't open Epic Games. Oh, what the fuck? Why did you just load it? What the fuck is happening, Epic Games? Why are you loading random pages? Zaz Tam? I mean, bald, red dress, red thorns. The green room seeing Patrick fucking Stewart play a white supremacist legit scary as shit is how reserved he is? Huh. Polish American Jew, 3 things not to say. Yep. But, oh no, this is the New Order. Okay, I have the New Order downloaded. When you don't use code merry-go-round on Epic Games, yeah. You can use that code, and we do get a little bit of kickback. With any game you buy on Epic Games. Or anything that you get if you're one of the schmucks who plays Fortnite. If you like Fortnite, you can use my code, and we get a little bit back for the stream. Unfortunately, though, I believe it refreshes every year on like January 1st. And if it doesn't reach a certain amount, I don't get a payout. Like it just disappears, basically. I've never gotten a payout from Epic Games because we've never had anybody use them enough. It's great. Apparently I have it downloaded. I guess haven't played it yet. I guess I planned on playing it at some point. I liked Fortnite 10 years ago. Merry-go-round, the name. Sunstar put it up there. I think, do I also have a command? I don't think I do. No, I don't. No, it just comes around on occasion, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, it should be code merry-go-round. If you ever do stuff on Epic Games, if you use that code, we get a little bit of a kickback with no extra charge to you. Scream Scooby-Doo the Black Phone, Friday the 13th, repo. What? Poppy's Playtime and Wednesday have been added? I can't believe they had the goddamn audacity to have the Fortnite dude, the blonde-haired Fortnite dude, be the one holding scared Scooby-Doo. That's blasphemy. What is... Oh, the original game modes. The original game mode for Fortnite that they gave up on after they made the Battle Royale mode. Royale. What's up with the mini eyes? Eldrator? Yes. Yes, Carmine. Somebody also redeemed it, right? Yeah, Queens redeemed it 3 minutes ago, so there's still 2 more minutes of eyes. I mean, I have other eyes. What's the deal? Is this it? Is that we leaving these on? Royale with cheese. Where do your purchases go after you make them on Epic Games? What do you mean? What do you mean, where do your purchases go? Do you have a library on Epic Games? There's a library. It functions similar to Steam. I've never found the games I bought. Yeah, have you downloaded the launcher? You have to have the Epic Games launcher. Yeah, it's usually because I turn them on and turn them off really quick, so we'll leave them on for a little while. We'll leave them on for a little bit. Also, I do apologize if you can hear the laundry machine through the wall behind me. They go to Epic first. Wait, isn't that what they're calling the new... What is it? Washes her jackets? Actually, the jacket's back there hanging on the wall. It's hanging on its hook back there. 0.1 change the eyes regime does these eyes instead. Ooh. I think I could set it up to do that. Fuck you, I'm lurk if I once. No, you never get to leave. You never get to leave. Since we're in the spooky season of cuddling, forward his advice for just the boys. Girly pops, avert your eyes. Oh, okay, I'll look away. I'm sorry. I think that means somebody else is gonna have to read that because I can't read it. I can't read it aloud anymore. You fucking dork. All right. Why do you keep drop kicking Mike? I'm a lurk if I want not allowed. You can't lurk from me. I'm lurking. There's a difference. True. So somebody told me yesterday after stream, 10 push-ups. Gosh darn it. All right, we'll do that in a second. Somebody told me apparently the like lurk check that like Twitch is apparently doing is it does it every 15 minutes. That seems to be the case. If your account is like potentially seemed as like a bot or an inactive viewer or something, apparently it's roughly every 15 minutes that they like drop you from the view counts. Do we need to change the cooldown on the lurk check? You remind me of the character that began Nightbreed? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We watched, who did I watch Nightbreed with the other night? Zoa. We watched Nightbreed with Zoa. All right. Who's that bald little weirdo? Master of Disguise. Change it to no cooldown? I could do that, but actually, you know what? Yeah, we'll at least reduce it. We'll reduce it a decent. Oh, no, that's not what I need to do. Rewards, power-ups, channel points. Lurk check edits. Cooldown. I'll make it 10 minutes. Just so that we don't end up with somebody who's like trying to be he who funny and just starts absolutely bashing the shit out of the button. Yeah, the TV. If you don't chat ever, then you cease to count as a viewer. Pretty much. Like, I don't know like what is up with Twitch's algorithm now, but I think it's starting to flag certain accounts that when they're inactive, they're just like non-existent. They're not actually somebody like sitting at their PC watching it. They're more than likely just somebody who leaves their PC on all day and rides raids into other streams. Is it possible to train a cat with a canine vibrating collar? No, you'd be better. Like negative reinforcement on a cat doesn't really work. You want to try positive reinforcement. Treats. Treats and stuff.
Scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Does it count as engagement? No. No, it does not. Because there's also, I was gonna say add-ons, but there's like browser things that you can get where it'll auto-claim those points for you. That does not count as engagement. Clicking on the screen does not count as engagement. It is speaking in chat that counts as engagement. You could do anything. You could drop an emote. You could say some words. You could, I don't know, jerk it and accidentally slap some buttons and hit enter. But yes, clicking the button that's like, I want to claim the channel points that they're giving me on occasion does not count as engagement. It does not, in Twitch's eyes, nor does it give me any indication that somebody is interacting with the stream. So they would not absolutely in no way count as engagement. Does burning points count? I don't know. Twitch is always weird when it comes to like commands and redeems. If they truly count as engagements, I do not know. All I know for sure that counts as engagement is actually typing a message into chat. For sure. A famous toaster recently said a lot of viewers watch while at work. That's true. That is very true. When you tap enter while jerking it, listen. Do not jerk while watching stream. If you're jerking it to me, that will result in a ban. If you tell me. If you tell me, if you show me, if you do anything of the sort, you will be banned. Keep that shit to yourself. Keep that shit to yourself. Nobody wants to hear it. Telling it to every single weirdo out there who has ever messaged a thin person on the internet, been like, hey, I jerked off to you last night and it was awesome, or some crazy shit like that. Nobody wants to hear it, and you're a fucking fruitcake. Get your shit together. Yes, I'm not even joking. People do that. I have known people that have received messages like that. It is so weird, and I could not imagine the level of like dissonance, maybe. I don't know if dissonance is the word, but God, it's something heinous. It's definitely something heinous. Okay. I was in a VTuber's chat when it happened once. Fucking gross. I do know some of the bigger VTubers will occasionally... Wait. Oh, okay. Apparently they did in fact announce something an hour ago about a prequel to Game of Thrones. A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? HBO original series. Oh boy, here we go. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Netflix trailer for the movie version of Roald Dahl's The Twits? No, not at all. I don't even know what that is. I ain't got a clue. Okay. The only goons we allow? Yes, there's only one type of goon. There's only one type of goon in this household. Not that jacking it makes me sound sophisticated, but saying jerking it makes me sound like an idiot. Correct. Or gooning. Anytime I hear somebody refer to anything like short, like, God, to being like masturbatory in any way is just insanity. You're a child. Grow up. Wow, they're really announcing a lot of trailers for series. Legend of Vox Machina's back. November 19th. Goddamn. No, wait, this is not Vox Machina. This is the Mighty Nine. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I can see the association. Goons are immoral equals gooning is gross. Goons aren't immoral in and of themselves. Not always. They can be. But I mean, sometimes goons just ran soup kitchens. Yeah, Mighty Nine comes out November 19th, it seems. But yeah, for some reason, people I follow are retweeting a whole bunch of trailers for stuff. Which is very interesting. Very, very interesting indeed. Okay. Could have been the 9th of September, another wasted opportunity. Oh, because it would have been 9/9? Uh-oh. I don't know if y'all heard that. Coco's making noises under the bed. She just made like her little like sleepy whine. Coco, what's wrong? Coco. Okay, she's fine. I can see her tail sticking out from behind me, and I can see it. Yeah, she's doing like the tiny little like whimper things. It's a sleep day. Yeah, I was not gonna let her in here originally. During the showtime. But I turned around and looked at her after she followed me into the hallway, and I was like, okay, yeah, you can come in. Okay. Yes, ma'am, you can do whatever you want, whatever you say. It'll be fine. Yeah, she usually does that when she's dreaming. It's not that unusual to hear her make those noises. It's just for whatever reason, when she comes in here, she really likes being under the bed. But, do you remember? Anyway. What the heck? I mean, probably, but she was doing like these little like whining things. Always puppies. She's my baby. I still carry her around the house. And she's like 40 pounds, probably. Probably 40 pounds. She's at least 12 years old. But she's still kicking it. She's kicking it real well. Beeps. Wow, cheap. No, we got her for free. At least my family did. I was not here at the time. They got it while I was off at college. Apparently they were looking for a dog, and she was the only one in the entire pound that was not barking at them when they walked past. She was apparently just sitting there waiting. She was a much worse dog when we first got her. She used to hate. She had separation anxiety, to the point where if we left her home alone, she would try to dig her way out of the kennel. And if we didn't put her in the kennel, she would try to tear her way through like the couch and stuff. She would just start tearing stuff up. Now she's totally fine. But when we got her, it was a nightmare. There was even a point where I was like, I felt bad leaving her in like tucked away in the house. So I'd like picked up her kennel and brought it into the living room. And apparently when I'd put it in there and left at some point and she was home alone, she kicked the tray of her like little cage out and dug up the carpet that was underneath the kennel. Used to do that. No door could stop her. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think there's anything else on the news. What time is it? 36 minutes in? What else has been going on? She's an anxiety brat, valid? No, but she is not a brat. I refuse to give away the term brat because I hate it. I've seen way too many people describe their heinous, annoying, and 100% irritating childish behavior as just being a brat. And I'm just gonna start swinging a heavy bat whenever somebody comes up and saying, "Oh, I'm just a brat." Sure, go ahead. Blame your sad little childish behaviors on being a brat as some weird sort of sexual side note. Dogs are puppies to me. All dogs are puppies. Listen, I'd pick up a Great Pyrenees if I could, which I probably can, but it'd be hard. That's true. Texas did, in fact, invade Illinois. The Texas National Guard went to Chicago, which, in and of itself, stick with me on this, is a sign of civil war. No, you're thinking of brats. You're thinking of brats, Raw. Because the Illinois National Guard refused to mobilize. Because to mobilize the National Guard of a state, the president has to go through the governor. And if the governor says, go fuck yourself, then nothing happens. Which is what, what's his name? The governor of Illinois, I can never remember his name, is doing. So Greg Abbott, our wheelchair overlord, decided that he was going to send the Texas National Guard up there. And so there's the Texas National Guard in Illinois, different states military. Pritzker, yeah. Yeah, Pritzker. On sale on Steam, the whole collection is like $7. I have no money for games. because I'm waiting on the throne payout to get Digimon for this weekend. Still waiting on that payout. And then, oh, what was it? And then I have no money. I have no more money. Yeah, there's $60 coming from Throne. I have $10 in Steam, and all of that is already allocated to Digimon. Hi, Day. How are you doing? I live here. I should know. Also, I need to do your push-ups. Let me do those 10 push-ups real quick. I forgot to do those, so let me do that really quick. Hi, Day. How are you doing? Can I get a shout out for Day, by the way? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Whew. All right. On his knees, fellatioing. That's what it says. Fellatioing. Great leader, so he's more than happy to mobilize National Guard to invade other states. Yep. Greg Abbott will always bend the knee. Greg Abbott will never stand up for himself. Sorry. Abbott, I hate that guy. Doesn't everyone? So we need to start a civil war? Yeah, pretty much. He essentially wants to be able, in case y'all don't know this, he wants to be able to institute the Insurrection Act of 1807, which would effectively, if he could get like Congress, Senate, and everybody to agree that, say, who he thinks are illegals or, in this case, state governments that don't like kowtow to him, essentially are deemed foreign invaders, in which he gets plenary control, is essentially his goal. Titan, thank you for the $10. Holy shit. So you can do the thing with the people who can't talk about out loud on stream. Huh? Ah, yes, I see. Yes. The thing with the stuff. Is it really? Okay, you said it's a package right now? Wolfenstein is. Wolfen. Jesus. Wolfenstein Alt History Collection. Oh, it's not $7. It's $13.64. Yeah, it's $13.64. So that includes Wolfenstein: The Old Blood, The New Colossus, Youngblood, and The New Order. Huh. I guess when parties and festivals are getting to me. Yeah. All those music festivals. The Machine Game Sale. Over police and brutalize people until they fight back, then declare Insurrection Act and send in the military proper? Correct. That is the plan. Also, if you don't know the term plenary, it means basically complete and absolute power. And if you haven't seen the news recently, I don't think it may have been yesterday, either that or it may have been the night before. Stephen Miller, that's right, Nazi Supreme himself, was on not Fox News, not OAN, not MSNBC. He was on CNN getting an interview. Oh my God, Queens. Thank you, Queens. He was on CNN where he accidentally had a little slip of the mouth and said that Trump, in fact, had plenary power. And then he froze. He literally just froze on screen, completely forgetting that he was still blinking and like shaking in his chair, and tried to play it off as technical difficulties. Now, if you go find that video that CNN has uploaded to, Titan, what the hell? Here's the difference. Oh my God, you dork. All right, I'll get it in just a second. Where was I? It's gone. Basically, they clipped it out. If you watched it live, you can see him like sitting there shaking and like blinking still, as if he had basically a fucking Mitch McConnell moment where he just like froze on TV or had a stroke on the spot. The thing is, though, is he also couldn't rewind it like his mouth slipped, because he wants that. He wants Trump to have plenary power. He couldn't reverse his messaging. He just fucked up and said what he wanted directly. Mandatory view message. Thank you, Ordain. I need to get like the maybe we could detach like the gun asset. No, because that's angled. Is Mitch McConnell still alive? To my knowledge, he is. I'm pretty sure he is. Okay. I guess I will go ahead and get this then. No, I don't use Steam wallets. Don't use Steam wallets. Okay. Yay. Okay. We got this Wolfenstein game, so we'll be playing that at some point. Nice. So if I do this in order, is it Old Blood's New Order? No. Youngblood, New Colossus? God bleh. There's Youngblood, there's Old Blood, there's New Order, and there's New Colossus. Fuck me, dude. Somebody tell me what the order is. Blood Order Colossus? Youngblood or Old Blood? Old Blood? Do not the Youngblood? Okay, gotcha. Do not the Youngblood. New Order, Old Blood, New Colossus. Okay. Release or canonical? Canonical. I think canonical would probably be the better one, right? Or maybe release may be better to just see like how it's improved over time. Old Blood, New Order, New Colossus, and Youngblood if you're feeling up for it. Also, welcome in, Baltier. How are you doing? All right. But that'll probably be after the move, maybe? It'll either be after the move or in November, whichever happens. It also doesn't help that right now, oh, what was it? Hold on, I'm trying to find a thing. And I'm not finding it. Raggle Fraggle, where is it? Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. Is moving as Aguidos as I've heard? What do you mean? As close? It depends right now. We have not found a house because the market's not looking very good right now. They haven't sent me anything to like look at if there's any that they've been interested in. Arduous. It could be. The thing too is right now the government shut down still, which means FAA controllers are not not being paid or are walking out right now. And like all that jazz. So one, it's either like not safe or you stand by the picket line and you're like, yeah, fucking walk off, king. Go ahead, fuck them. They already said they're not going to pay you. Old Blood, New Order, New Colossus in chronological order. New Order, Old Blood, New Colossus in release order. Okay, gotcha. Just put Megan in the attic. Yeah, that's because the government shut down. There's no Medicare funding if there's no budget. But yeah, it's stuff like that. Wait. Okay. Oh, there's Faye. Faye, did y'all have any selections yet? Speaking of which, I was gonna say the main thing right now is like having me not also look or like push things. Like, well, the government shut down right now. Respect the picket line. Don't do any flying if you can't. Castle Wolfenstein, Beyond Castle Wolfenstein, Wolf 3D, Spear of Destiny DLC. Oh, good lord. Return to Castle Wolfenstein, Wolfenstein RPG, Wolfenstein 2008 reboot, New Order, Old Blood, New Colossus. Okay, we are not going that far back. We are not going that far back. No way in hell. No way in hell. What the hell? Is this AI? I'm not 100%, but I'm pretty sure that was AI. Also, hold on. Why does my finger hurt? What are you noting down, Wizlonk? You just woke up from an apple. Good morning, princess. Good morning, princess. Did you sleep well, princess? Oh my god. Okay, thank you for self-care. Okay, yeah, my water bottle is pretty full right now. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Ooh, woo. Okay. What are we gonna do, chance? We have 10 minutes? 10 minutes or so until the ad break? 11 minutes. 11 minutes until the ad break, and then we'll get into vampire. Oh, princess. And so can yours with a handy bottle from insert site here. True. True, VT Horizon. You could do, what is it? Is it, we have a command, don't we? Oh no, it's just merch, right? It's just exclamation mark merch. It's the VT Horizons link. Okay. Lurk, enjoy your lurk, killer. All right. Punching Twitch, I'm a real boy, damn it. Yeah, everybody's just gotta start punching the air. Wait, where's Kono? Kono, I thought of a question. Kono, I thought of a question. Everything is Marsome? Marsome? When we kill as a team? Is that supposed to be awesome? Is that supposed to be everything is awesome? Oh, no, I get the pun. I get the pun. We take it, we're not... What is that wank emotes? We're not... Pequid, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you struggling? Do you need me to hold your hands? I will summon lawyer. No, you don't gotta summon lawyer. I just DM'd him. Stab the ocean for all the crimes that it's committed. Days it's impossible to get a new Wolfenstein game because the snowflake conservatives get their fragile feelings hurt when the Nazis get shot. It is kind of funny. It's true. It's also draw a clock. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hi, Kaz. How are you doing? Oh, okay. But I'm looking to see if there's anything interesting in here. Nope. All right. Wait, Gemini Enterprise? What is that? Switch 1 is trending for some reason too. Oh, I know another thing we could talk about. Hey, chat, have you heard about the ceasefire? Have you heard about the ceasefire? And you know where? You know where? Between you know who? And of course, one of them is the serial ceasefire breakers. Ceasefire? Nothing could be. No, shut up, Grins. Indiana Jones saying fascist in the cutscene was him referring to Charlie Kirk. Like, oh, the cats. That's right. It was the thing with the cats. As if Indiana Jones, like, part of his entire character is being anti-fascist. It was what was it? He like reaches down and pets a cat and is just like, you don't care for these fascists either, do you, bud? And people are so fucking sensitive and decided that they had to connect it to something that happened recently, as opposed to it just being one of the posts that they were putting out to advertise their game. No. It was a cat he was petting. The cat was not a Nazi. He was saying the cat doesn't care. Seven hours ago, breaking news. After signing an agreement with Hamas, Israel has launched a massive bombardment on Gaza. Israelis protesting in Tel Aviv, talking to the television man. I believe Hamas more than I believe my prime minister. Amazing. No. Israel doesn't often break it right away. And by right away, I mean within the first 24 hours, usually. What Israel does whenever they sign ceasefires is they immediately, before it goes into effect, because it didn't go into effect till today. They signed it like yesterday or the day before, and it wasn't supposed to go into effect till like, I think it was 9 a.m. Palestine time this morning. And what they do every time is they bombard the shit out of the places until the ceasefire actually comes into effect. They do it every time. They're like, all right, guys, we're signing a ceasefire. And rather than be like, all right, we'll go ahead and start. Like, we'll not lead any attacks. There's a ceasefire coming up. It's totally fine. No. They ramp that shit up to 11 every time up until the last second. And then they stop firing. Brilliant ruse to lower your enemy's guard for sucker punch. That is pretty much how Israel handles it. The thing, too, is this peace treaty is going to fucking suck. I promise you, it is going to suck. Essentially, the plan is to completely turn the West Bank and Gaza into, what is the best comparison here? Has anybody ever been to, say, like the Dominican Republic or certain parts of Mexico or a lot of Caribbean places where they have those all-inclusive resorts? And like the entire staff is just the native population on a resort for a bunch of white people? That's what they're going to turn Palestine into. That's what they want to turn Palestine into. They have a capitalist ex-prime minister of Britain on a board of directors. They want to turn the area into an economic zone. Casa Mel, that probably would be one example. I thought that was the plot of the 2025 Superman. Uh-huh. Yes, Tony Blair. Tony Blair is the one that's head of this committee. And then the rest are a bunch of like CEOs and businessmen and stuff. And they pitch it in like a way that sounds nice. Like we're gonna rebuild Gaza and the West Bank. Even though if you go to any of those board meetings and you look at them, it's all like hotels, casinos, resorts, and shit. Reality and dystopian sci-fi anti-capitalist novel. The thing is, though, is I'm pretty sure that plan has been around for at least a decade. So more than likely, it's more like the movie replicated reality. And that's often what DC Comics does. Of course it is, Ordain. Of course it fucking is. But the thing is they are going to take away the Palestinians' autonomy and essentially turn them into slave labor for their casinos and their resorts. But they're going to claim that it's for their freedom and to better improve their lives. And they're going to make the comparisons. I promise you, 5 years down the road, you are going to hear comparisons. If this ceasefire stays, it probably won't. But if it does, and we get 5 years down the road, you are going to hear Western politicians say shit like, oh, but isn't it better than starving and being bombed by Israel? When they're effectively just broke and or cheap and or slave labor rebuilding their country for foreign interests. Trump Gaza thing. That's exactly why he wants it. That's why Trump wants it. He wants to put a hotel in Gaza. Yes, correct, Beef. History may not always repeat itself, but it often rhymes. And to allow Western countries to be the ones to negotiate the terms between Israel and Palestine was insane to begin with. That is not a level playing field. Because that's the only thing he can't fuck up. Any casino he's managed has failed. Correct. Correct. It's not even just every casino. It's literally every business venture except his realty. His realty is the only thing that stays afloat. Because that's really hard to fail in realty when you already have the money. Oh, yeah, that's also, I think it's tomorrow. I think tomorrow the Nobel Peace Prize is going to be announced. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure it's Friday is when the Nobel Peace Prize is going to be announced. It's 1948 all over again. Yep. Yep. But it's insane. And I don't know if I've said it directly, and I feel like I need to say it directly because I hear this argument all the time, being just another reason Trump won't get his Nobel Prize. Always. I did read that. I don't know why I read it again. Oh, God, there's no way. There's no way that they will do that. There's no fucking way. I hope they give it to Greta Thunberg. I hope they give the Nobel Peace Prize to Greta Thunberg. I do. I genuinely do. But the, what was it? The thing that I was going to say, and they make this argument all the time, like Zionists and like hyper pro-Israelis do this stuff all the time. They make the claim that Israel has a right to exist. And I'm going to say this now, and it may annoy some people. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. When land that did not belong to another country was given away by that country to a people that did not belong there, and then proceeded to wipe out their population, steal their homes, and trounce all over them left, right, and center, and then play the victim when they tried to fight back, does not deserve to exist. Do I make myself clear? Is that understandable? Is there anybody that disagrees? We can talk about it. We do have an ad break in 20 seconds, though. You know what? Let's do a snooze. Let's do a snooze. That's fine. I'm fine. We have a topic. We have a serious topic to talk about. No. You're thinking of the Nobel Prize in like chemistry, biology, and all that. There's very specific ones. The Nobel Peace Prize is very often like civil activists, politicians and stuff that actually make differences. I already got it. The regime will threaten to invade if they don't get a Nobel Peace Prize. Isn't the committee is it in Oslo? I forget. Is the Nobel Committee in Oslo? They're not going to invade. He's not that petty. He'll die before that happens. Is why I feel like there should be a politics channel in the server. I did actually remove the rule. I did remove the politics rule from the Discord server rules. Yeah. Hi, Hectic. Punctuation is important. It's okay. We only needed the like 5 extra minutes. Invading Norway. Yeah, good fucking luck with that, dude. Potassium did a video on Alfred Nobel. Yes, Nav is systemically depressed with friends. Yep. I don't think I'm going to make a channel for it. But if you start spreading certain political ideas, depending on what they are, you better be prepared to get absolutely bashed. That's just a heads up. Let's just get rid of all the rules? No. Then it just floods in general. I mean, our conversations drift and quick swap in general all the time. But it's also not like we're sitting there 99% of the time talking like politics or anything. It's more like, here's the news. That's fucked up. Holy shit, did you hear about the thing? And then we move on. Because I like to do my yapping about politics right here. Pushing free market economy in the Discord gets you beatings? I did not say that. Plus, it depends on what you mean by free market. Do you mean American free market? Because that is not a free market. That's just manipulated to high hell. What do you think fucking buyouts are? Bailouts. Anything is legal in the carnival. Schmurder. I mean, most combos get buried in the wizard battles too. Yeah, you can't forget the wizard battles. Yeah, you can't forget the wizard battles are almost constant, so you know. But okay. What the fuck? The British are at it again, because of course they are. They like their little Balfour Declaration bullshits. All right. Caption, picture of snowy tree line. Find the Finnish sniper. Too late. Yet there's still so much depresso. There's going to be depresso for a long time. The question is, how are you going to be able to carry through with this? I might choose to give the world the middle finger and get pissed. That is, what's the word? Oh, okay. I was wondering what Gemini Enterprise is. It's the Google AI. It's basically Google Chat GPT. I hate it. Thanks. Fuck off. Oh, we're in Germany. We, Finland, were the only ones who directly told the Nazis that if they were to touch a hair on a Jewish soldier here, we'd kick them out on the spot. Yeah, but you still worked with Germany. You heard yourself in the first sentence there, right? Fat Viets? That is one hell of a name.
At you.
That is one hell of a name. Wait, what does that mean? 6 and 7 equals 13? We give Finland a pass because of reason? Because it was like silent occupation? Lori Turney can get fucked? So wait, who's that? I have no idea who that is. Oh. What? Lori Allen Turner, also known as Larry Allen Thorne, Finnish-born soldier who fought under 3 flags, Finnish army officer in the Winter War and the Continuation War, ultimately gaining a rank of captain. As a Waffen SS captain under the alias Larry Lane of the Finnish Volunteer Battalion of the Waffen SS when he fought the Red Army on the Eastern Front in World War II. And in the United States Army Major under the alias Larry Thorne when he served in the U.S. Army Special Forces in the Vietnam War. We're going to have another thing to talk about when we come back from the commercial break, and that's going to be the continued mistake of not punishing transgressors post-war. And I have 2 very good examples of that. But until then, let me go ahead and get y'all the screen. And we'll do Gartic Phone today. Please work the first time I click you. Work, damn you. Load, damn you. Also, what is this? Stream pairs. Play the online memory matching game on your stream? Okay, do we want to try this? Do we want to test stream pairs? Okay, hold on. Hold on, we may have a new game. Hey, chat. Want to play a new game? Check the cards, find the pairs. Type the pairs numbers into chat. Okay, gotcha. All right, let's see how this works. Geez, that's a lot of numbers. Oh, it also flips them to show you. Ooh. mandatory view message. Teriyaki not ooh with wonton wraps. That sounds awesome. Tiger, walrus, dolphin, monkey. Oh, good lord, this is kind of hard. Oh, it's another monkey. Oh, should I keep forgetting the numbers? Okay. Okay, so you only need to get 5 on this level. Okay, this is kind of neat. This is kind of neat. I like this. Baboon 23. Baboon's still 23. Where's the other baboon? Damn, look at y'all go. Frog on 32. Baboon 10, baboon 23. 10 and 23. There you go. You got it backward. You got it before I did. All right. All right. That was fun. I like that game. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, that's a really fun game. I like that one. All right. We'll do the next level on the next commercial break. Again, do you want another one? Do you want me to rant? Do you want me to rant while we do another level? More? Okay, this is fun. All right, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. All right. I hate this. Oh no, it's items now. Okay. Oh shit, we've seen 2 computer monitors already. Oh Jesus. Oh, good lord. Oh, I was trying to do the orange juice one. Damn it. Okay. I'm still waiting for it to show the other TV. It has not shown the other TV. Where is it? Okay. Wait, was that? Oh, no. Uh-oh. Okay. 1755. Oh, the TVs are one on top of the other. That's why I kept thinking that they were the same one. I was like, maybe my number's off. Okay, I like this game. I like this game. All right. 2 rounds is good. 2 rounds is good for now. We'll play more in the next commercial break. Even if I end up late to starting the game, I will let y'all do 2 rounds each commercial break. Okay. Okay, we'll do it that way. We'll do it that way. Let's go back to the full chat. All right, chat, do we want to go back to my rant after we just had fun with that game, or do we want to just save it for another time? More! We'll do more at the next commercial break, I promise. Screw my job, I'm playing this. Oh my god. Listen, do we want to keep playing it? Rant now, or you might forget? No, I am not going to forget this rant. This rant will always stand. This rant will always be correct. because it is about history that has already passed that we have already fucked up beyond repair. Rants for more iPad time? All right. All right. We'll differ from the same rant later. Okay, never mind. We'll do the rant now. So the problem I had, I'm invested now. So the thing I wanted to rant about, and I mentioned this before because we brought up the fact that like Finland worked with Germany, all that jazz. And the fact that guy basically went from Finland soldier to SS Waffen soldier to fucking American soldier. And America fucked this up not once, but twice. And we're gonna go back to a little something that Europeans probably do not give a shit about unless you're British. And that is, well, actually, they don't even care then. The American Civil War. We did not punish the South at fucking all for the American Civil War. They got a fucking slap on the wrist and were told, don't do it again. And that's the best they fucking got. There should have been fucking sanctions. They should have been told what to do. They should have been fucking shamed as a state. And yet we didn't do fucking anything. Hi, homies. How are you doing? We fucked up there, and we fucked up again come World War II. Nazi Germany is defeated. Rather than deciding to punish the criminals that committed crimes against humanity, not just international crimes, not just crimes against single persons, against all of humanity. And we decided, instead of punishing them unilaterally, we were only going to take a select few to court, not guard them, let them do essentially as they please. And then some of them just get away with suicide instead of being tried for their conditions. And then other countries decided, instead of punishing these heinous scientists that decided they were going to do this research of essentially eradicating an entire personhood, were fucking hired out to Western countries across the globe. They were given away scot-free with virtually unlimited budgets to do what they wanted. Say hi to Operation Paperclip. We'd never punish the worst we have. We'd never say, I don't care how evil this person is. They could be useful to national security. Fuck off. You tell me a scientist that was essentially using political prisoners to see what would happen if you did heinous and deadly things to a person's body doesn't deserve to be put up against a wall and shot? I'm calling bullshit. Every single one of those scientists should have been lined up, told their crimes, and then shot.
Well, look at you.
Oh, no, they don't. They do not. Hi, Shadow Jedi. There we go. Shadow Jedi, welcome in. No, they did not get away. The Soviet Union should not have gotten away scot-free either, considering the things that they did to some, well, we'll just call them crimes against women, is what we'll call them. That also does come down, though, to the sheer like size and spectacle that the Red Army swelled to. I would not say that their army was, what's the word, disciplined. And they definitely should have been like tried for that. Good. He should have been thrown in jail. Have them take his icon Lee they love so much. Yeah. And again, we also just let the companies that worked with Nazi Germany just continue on. Just, yeah, it's fine. Carry on. The Soviet version of Paperclip? Yes. I was going to say, like, Western countries and the Soviet Union all essentially paperclip their way through the Nazi hierarchy. And they threw him in jail, but then at some point he ended up in the US and went to Vietnam. So yeah, Ford supported it. There's so many mega corporations today that literally were just like existed in Nazi Germany and were given free labor. Now, not every camp or ghetto was an extermination camp. There were labor camps and labor ghettos, essentially. Also, my side hurts for some reason. Like, really bad. I think I'm fine. I think I'm fine. Yeah, Johnson & Johnson, Hugo Boss, Fanta, Bayer, Porsche, Volkswagen. There's a major frozen food company that did, I can't remember, Doc something. Food company, Doc something. Yeah, Dr. Oetker, that's it. Dr. Oetker. Yeah, that was a Nazi company. Salt for your muscles? Maybe. I don't really have anything to snack on. I could go pop some popcorn or something. But we're about to play a game shortly. It's the 5G chip activating from all this news. Oh, good lord. No. It's lower than that. It's not my chest. It's like my side more so than anything. But it's also the bad news great. So the Oetker, yes, the Oetker. But no, they're a frozen food company that the grandpa of the current owners, which are basically the grandchildren of like the founders and stuff, was a volunteer SS officer. He volunteered. And then after the war and they lost, he essentially just vanished back into the business and never talked about it again. This is why you remember to salt your ringleaders? Oh my goodness. But yeah. We have let too many get away during like the world wars and major wars in different countries. Salvador Dali, the artist? I mean, yeah, but it was also the kind of, again, like, of course, the rest of the allies are also not free from sin. American soldiers also, how you say, raped and pillaged their way across France. It's all heinous. It's all heinous, and soldiers get away with that all the time, which is why when anybody says, like, respect the soldier, no. Honestly, I would rather have at this point if, like, wars were settled with the Olympics. Come on, let governments start having like sports teams and make them play sports to determine the outcomes of wars and geopolitics. Do it. It'll be better. You'll spend less. Also, how much harder do you think the Russian government would try to dope their athletes if we did that? Olympics, speaking of Nazi leftovers, are you talking about the Olympic Games that were in Berlin during Nazi Germany? I mean, we could ignore the fact that America was so bad at the time that one of the black athletes that came to Berlin was literally treated better in Germany than he was in America. Until they start hiring snipers to take out the other team. Whole team of Ivan Dragos? Oh no. Yeah, that is fucked up, Zulum. Did you tell him that? Because that is, in fact, fucked up. Those basically set the standard for ceremonial spectacle. Oh, you're talking about like how they do the like entry stuff. At the sports, the people of the losing team goes missing. I would hope not. I'd hope at that point the government would be less militarized and therefore a little more compassionate. And it'd be like, it's all right, we'll retrain, we'll rework it, and we'll go back next year. Or some shit like that. Again, yearly international sporting events, instead of just having war at the cost of human life, infrastructure, and just nations as a whole, would be infinitely better. Infinitely better. And do you know how much money you could raise with international sports if they were determining geopolitics? Fuck. What is it? Fuck, we lost to Portugal. All right. I guess we're not Spanish anymore. I guess we're Portuguese. So that's where the clown school grad went? Listen. Hi, Free. How are you doing? Oh my goodness. Hold on, I need to uncross my legs. They're getting sweaty. All right. And boy, is my everything tired? Yeah, that sounds about right. Mandatory view message while I lurk. All right, I need mandatory messages in chat. 07, salutes, whatever you got. Mandatory view message. We're gonna start doing mandatory view message every 15 minutes at this point. Arm wrestling for trade routes? No, I want more fun sports. I want sailing. I want like kayaking, swim, various ski sports. Lurk check. All right. Cat not like this meow. Oh no. Oh no. Hi, Frunkle. Just the scream. Let's go, little bandita rosa. Oh no, that's a Poggy's emote. 8'9" Usain Bolt. Is he that? He's not that tall. Shadow Wizard Money King. Allied advanced to Italy. The monastery of Monte Cassino was a point of contention. German soldiers were forbidden from entering the monastery as sick and wounded. Were only allowed. Americans felt this monastery. Oh, I know this story. Clear view of the town below. Decide that artillery had to be there and firebomb the monastery, killing priests, civilians, and oh, wait, no, that's not the story I thought it was. I do know there was a story of a church that was essentially treating all sides of the war, including like Nazis on one side and like allies on the other. And apparently somebody like stormed in at one point and was about to just mow down everyone, thinking that it was a like allied like medic post. And when he realized that his own guys were there, he like put down his gun and just came and sat down. Actual Street Fighter, their strongest versions are strongest to figure it all out. That'd be very funny. History belongs to the victor and so such. Yep. But we never punished the loser. In recent record, America never punishes the loser. Not even themselves when they lose the war. Where's Fat Viet? Fat Viet, are you still here? 1-0, buds. Scoreboard. I'm sorry, I keep thinking of that fucking scene. Recent record? The Pyramid. Wait, that's a global emote? Why did I not know the Illuminati was a global emote? Jerome Noel to happen again? I don't know what that is. Hid and got juiced out? True. I mean, that's not to mention it was one of the high-ranking, was it lieutenants or something, that attempted an assassination of Hitler, but then chickened out after he was found out and then promised that if he killed himself, he would guarantee that his honor would stay and that his family would not be punished for his transgressions. World War II, No Man's Land, Christmas Day story. Oh, gotcha. The thing is soldiers and people are not their governments. We didn't even have military once the Soviets invaded. We at first asked for support from the Allies, who then said no because it's too much work for them, so we had to look for help somewhere else. Yikes. Was forced to commit suicide for not telling anyone? Yeah. No, but he was the one that was supposed to execute, if I remember right. Was it Rommel? Was it Erwin Rommel? Field Marshal? Plot against Hitler. There it is. The July 20th plots. Most of the leaders were... Oh, Jesus, stop scrolling. Why are you scrolling? I'm not even scrolling! Directly involved, did not survive. Limited documentation exists in the conspirators' plans and preparation. One piece of evidence points to the possibility that Rommel came to support the assassination plan from General Eberbach. Eberbach's confession to his son, eavesdropping on by British agencies while in British captivity, which stated that Rommel explicitly said that Hitler and his close associates had to be killed because they would be the only way out for Germany. This conversation occurred about a month before Rommel was coerced into suicide. Notable evidence includes the papers of Rudolf Hartmann, who survived the late purge, and Karl Heinrich von Stupennagel. Was he wrong? What do you mean, was he wrong? Yeah, he had to shoot himself, but I'm trying to find... I remember hearing that there was a record that he was essentially in the presence of the Führer. But I could be wrong. The thing is detailed. Jesus. Holy shit. This man's record is deep, and just the section that's plot against Hitler is several paragraphs. Let me see. Can I get to the... Living defendants testified that Field Marshal Rommel was perfectly in the picture about the assassination plan and promised to be at the disposal of the new government. Gestapo agents were sent to Rommel's house in and placed him under surveillance. In fact, Rommel had his own plan to end the war. Okay, then it doesn't specify in that section. Jesus, what'd you have for dinner? The Bible of Evil? Yeah. Where do you think he got those ideas? Because they do... Uh-oh. Chat, I need to run to the bathroom. My stomach hurts really bad. So, I'm going to give you the game. Need to. I think. I think that will alleviate some of the pain. I'm going to give y'all the game for a little while. Sunstar, you're in charge. The same commands should work, I'm pretty sure. If not, let me do this. We'll turn on autopilot. All right. I will be back in a couple minutes. My stomach hurts really fucking bad. Please put a pin message up so people know.
come all and step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please, enjoy the show.
Okay, you picked a good time, I guess, Debbie. Okay, I'm back. I survived. I lived. Welcome in, Raiders. You came back at the perfect time. I was just... My tummy hurts. My tummy hurt. I literally just got back from the bathroom. Ugh. Because we're like 15 minutes away from the next commercial break, just in the middle. Yeah, I am shitted. I am feeling the shitted. But welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? What were you just chatting about, Zebby? Also, I thought you usually go a little bit longer. Oh yeah, I was. That's because I had to go to the bathroom. My stomach suddenly hurt like really bad. I had like a loaded fries thing yesterday because I was treating myself. And I think they got like mole wings like thrown on top of them. And I think it was the mole because I'm pretty sure it was prepackaged mole. I did some, yeah, we did Don't Stop Girly Pop. It's a fun game. Don't Stop Girly Pop. Huh. But welcome in, Raiders, those of you who don't know me. Toxin the Unclean, thank you for the follow. But the rest of you who don't know me, my name is Martin. I'm the Ringleader of the Dark Carnival. I usually play games that are dark, spooky, terrifying, or anything in between. I don't know in between what. I forgot where I was going with this. My brain is pudding right now. I was just fighting for my life on the toilets. We're going to be getting into Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines shortly. After this round, I think. Let me also make sure I go turn off the like autopilot. Hi, Coco. Okay. We also just found this new game by the same people who make, what was it called? The Gartic Phone for stream and the Words on Stream. Game mode! Wait, 39? You had to get 39? Jesus. Okay, that is a abundantly scaling game. Jesus. Yeah, I like this game. I like this game. This may be one of the more regular ones that we play. Now you only did 7? Okay. It was 39 in total then. That is totally fine. But those of you who are still here, like I said, we are making a slow crawl towards partner. Every little bit helps. It has been excruciatingly slow, and I am just short of strangling some furry creature. It's not going to be Coco, don't worry. But every little bit helps. So if you'd like to hang out and just occasionally say something here and there because Twitch is a bitch, it would always be greatly appreciated, which actually just reminded me. I was going to send Kono my question. Did he ever respond? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Because Kono's going to visit the Twitch offices, and he asked me if I had questions, and I have questions. I said anything besides the viewer bot or view count problem. I said, ask the question, boy. Ask the goddamn question. But I'm not one to answer that question. Hey, listen, you're a person that got invited to go see the offices. You know what you do then? You ask the questions to their face. You don't back down and start softballing questions. Oh, the music is loud. I'm so sorry. The whole time, damn it, I'm sorry. I was yelling over the fucking music. Oh, man. Yeah, I fixed it. What? My ears! Not loud, it's not here, but it was above what it should be. Correct. It was very much above what it should be. I'm sorry. I was looking at the Discord and I didn't see you shouting at me, Sunsar. I can almost hear Marin over the music. I'm like one of those TikTok videos that does that. Where they're like telling stories, but the music is just like... Just in the background for some reason. All right, but did Zebby say she needed to scatter? Because otherwise I was going to say the usual thing. I'm like, I totally understand if you use like, ultra kill but girl boss. I didn't respond to that earlier. I read it, but I didn't respond to it. Ultra kill but girl boss sounds interesting. And you said it's, hold on, where was it? Because I want to look it up now. Something girly pop. Where is it? Where did you go? Don't stop girly pop. Okay. Let me see real quick. Don't stop girly pop. Oh, it was there and then it moved. Is that a pink flip phone? Y2K arena movement shooter where standing still is not an option. Just don't stop moving. Oh my god, it's so fucking pink. My fucking eyes, dude. Wait, does that say her name is Ember? Oh my god, her name is Ember with an I. That's a Tamagotchi. My god, it really does look like those old goofy... Oh, what was it called? Angelica Anaconda almost? Why does her face on the phone look like one of those characters? Like they're clipped out of newspaper or something. Gotta get pink in the carnival. It's time. No! Absolutely not. Play it, play it, play it. No, I don't want you. It hurts my eyes to look at. What now? We're going to be playing Vampire in just a minute. The thing is, though, when I set it up, I have to, one, change the category. That's the first and most important. Vampire the Masquerade. Bloodlines. Yoinky, yoinkity yoink, yoinkity sploink. Also, my stomach kind of hurts again. But we will see how long I can go. And then I need to get the... Actually, here, we're going to move OBS first. So this game has a lot of technical problems.
What's your fear?
Never mind. Never mind, chat. Never mind. We're going to be back. We're going to be back. I'm going back to the porcelain throne. I'm going back to the porcelain throne. Y'all have fun, kids. I am, in pain. I will be back. Remember me as I lived.
Well, look at you.
Chat, I have an important question. This is important. I'm not done. Are y'all willing to wait a while longer, or do you want me to raid out for the day? Because I'm still having problems over here. Because if we do wait, then we can still get in probably, I think, on your sick. I'll probably be fine in a little bit, but this is probably going to be like another 20-minute ordeal. Maybe 20 minutes. Maybe. I'm fine waiting. Okay. Because when we come back, we'll do vampire. But I need to go back to the porcelain throne. Okay. I lived. We're good. I'm 14 pounds lighter, baby. Okay, I am so sorry, you guys. I am so sorry. Oh my god. Shut me out that whole round? What? Was it Twitch chat just shitting the bed, or was it like not registering your messages? I'm okay. I am a lot better. I am a lot better. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. From fighting the not the Great Mighty Pooh. Isn't that from, what was it? Conker's Bad Fur Day? All right, we'll do one more round. I'm going to turn off the autopilot for that one. And then I will start working on getting things slid over. For vampire. Because I changed the category before my stomach even first started hurting. Didn't I? I did, but for some reason my dashboard is broken and it's not showing the game category we're in, so I'm going to refresh the page. Still nothing? What? Okay. Okay, I guess. I suppose. Call me Goblin. Thank you for the follow. That was 22 minutes ago, but I still wanted to thank you if you're still here. Couldn't type in chat until I force quit the app? Whoa. That is weird. That's really weird. All right. All right. I survived. I feel a lot better. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I had like a little bit of a pain in my stomach and I was like, it's fine. And then like up until I decided I had to go midstream, it was like a wave and I was like, oh, I gotta go now. I gotta go now. All right. Let me get the game open. Where is it? There it is. Game loader. Unofficial patch. Where's the ugly gator? Ugly gator? There's an ugly gator? Let me just slide the chat over just a little bit more. What I can do here, actually. There we go. You okay? I'm good now. Don't worry about it. God, that is loud.
These scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
All right. All right, we're good. We can put that away. That was a game over, unfortunately. Unfortunately. First thing I'm going to do that... Ooh. Uh-oh. Huh? That was weird. That was weird. Okay. So we are going to swing over Nya. It should already be set to capture, but I am going to have to do the... Hit the gaming button and then slide myself all the way over here. Okay. Bring this back up. Bring the game back up. Loading. There we go. All right. Show. Oh, what the fuck? Wait, what is that? Also, hold on. Coco just came out from under the bed, so let me let her out. You're not going to believe this, chat. Somebody just got home. God damn it. I think it is. I think it's... The thing is it looks like it's both glitching and overlapping, because like there's this yellow one here. If I look like here, you can kind of see it. I think they're all bugging out. Like all of them at once. I don't think they're definitely not supposed to have like this white box, this blue box. Oh, Jesus. Wait, what's back here? Hello? Caroline's? Hello? Hold on a second. The music. Yeah, the music's still going. You're right. You're right. Oh, I almost hit the Windows key. That would have been bad. You're right. I'm on it. I'm on it. Sorry, my brain is flustered right now. Okay, these are...
Making the mother of all omelets here, Jack. Cast bread over every egg.
Yeah, music. Yes, we're using the unofficial patch. We're using the unofficial patch for this game. That is grass clipping through the wall. Okay. I did not know there was stuff back here. Now this you can technically go into, but I don't know what it is. See, all the graffiti seems to be glitching. That's another door. What is this building? Oh, that's Vesuvius right next to us. See, all the graffiti is broken. Oh, that's the back of Fastbuck. Okay. Okay, let's check our missions again real quick. Did we have something that made us go back? Find Carrie. Okay. We never took the fetish back to Pisha. We need to do that. We're doing that. Depreciation? Depreciation? Okay, hold on. Everything's like busted. Let's try going back to the menu and then reloading the game. Okay. Huh. Okay. Okay.
Hop in.
We're going back to downtown because we need to go talk to Pisha. Yeah, that's what it looks like, but it's also doing it to like the talk button, and I punched again. Over there. Okay, yeah, because we forgot to bring the fetish we got. Also, my health bar has a black box. Okay, maybe we need to close the game and reopen it. I didn't add anything extra. I feel like we're gonna find out that there's also like a bug with like chat bots, or chat boxes. Let me in! Hello? I clicked the wrong button. There we go. There we go. Pisha.
Yes.
Here's the item from the museum.
This is genuine and of use to me.
Because that's what the
There is
item's called.
something resonating from
That's what
it.
the item's called, Faber.
Whisper.
It's a fetish.
I will give you this in trade.
There's
It is
different
known
kinds
as
of
the oldest
fetishes.
chalice.
There's not this is
It
not the
swells
sexual
with
fetishes. This is
spilled
like the
blood and
idol
offers its
fetishes.
blood to its owner.
Odious chalice. Another question.
Yes.
Mm,
Death is the ultimate dilemma and integral to the beliefs and behavior of every culture.
depends what you're into, really. No, we got like an
Life
idol.
runs on the
We
course
took an
of
idol from the museum.
Without death, there would be no motivation to accomplish anything.
Banksy's next work. Hey, one of the last things that Banksy made got taken down by the UK government because they're pansies. I love her. Yeah. All right. So the next one I think is... Shit, where was the next one? Okay, that's it. The Giovanni mansion, which I don't think we're anywhere close to. Oh, shit. Anywhere close to figuring out. Hello? I got stuck. I got stuck. Maybe I'm into idols? Listen, that's your problem. Just make sure they have a flared base, okay? All right, so we're gonna do a quick thing real quick. I'm going to do a save. Yes. And then we're gonna close the game and reopen it because this is really annoying for some reason. The like flickering boxes is really annoying me. We're playing Toreador Silent Talk. Give me just a second. Unofficial patch load. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Load game. Okay, I don't see a black box on our health bar, so we should be good. Now we can go back to Hollywood, I think. Okay, we'll go to the sin bin first.
Going somewhere?
Actually, we should go do, what's his name mission first, which is the one to go to the cafe, which, okay. Find a computer with a directory named Joseph and use the password Kafka to access it. Okay. And that's literally right here. We'll do the sin bin afterwards because it's more proper to do the favor for the Baron of the area. Oh, there's a lot of computers. Super Really? Tell me hello. Uh-oh. Let's English practice your home stay. How is it? America must be the coolest. You're in Hollywood. Are you in a movie? Love, Ayako. President Kenten, I ate okonomiyaki at Yokohama. Extremeness was tasty? What is eaten in America? Does they eat the Japanese food? I must investigate. Bye-bye, Ayako. Are Americans have long legs? Are you date American boy? Is the image sent? It is happy, Ayako. This weekend I go to the hot spring where my family has been attached. I'm excited, very. When we are the child, is Yuki. Oh my god, I'm struggling to read this. Which is the friend to us remembered. She is also inquiry about thing in America. Is the pleasant time past? Send many images due to me, Ayako. Okay, if I remember correctly, a lot of those are like direct translations from Japanese to English. Has trained you for this? And listen, y'all aren't abhor, really? It's funny coming from a Source game. Wait, what does that say? Brock Lager? Extreme hoop and stick.
Out of my way.
Excuse me, you're in my way. That's 2 Pacula? Really? Really? Shizzle? Oh no. 2Mac 3D down. Dude, my Prussians totally rushed your France's last night in Eurocraft. Oh my god, Eurocraft. Playing tonight. Also, that girl that sits next to me in science talked to me today. She totally wants me to do her. Oh my god. No, dude, your mom. Wait, what? What is this? Your mom. Psych, your mom. What are you doing to me, Tupacula? I said, cover me, not die like a little bitch. One more foobar and you're out of the clan. Damn. Straight snatch the new Troika game. If you hack through the code, you can unlock Clan Chocula. Hey, chat. I have sneaking suspicion. I have a sneaking suspicion. This is an Easter egg. Chat, do you want to play? Clan Chocula? You want to play Clan Chocula? All right, let's see. Where's the other computer? Wait.
Hey, sorry, man.
That's this game. It has the different overlay, but that is this game. Oh my, wait, what is that? Hello. Cowboy's Guide to Cyberspace by Case. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Oh my god, might not need glasses, but they do need Hook It on Pahonics. Excellent. Excellent. Oh, this is the thing that we got. Perverse creation of Zenitsu Fleshcrafter. This abomination is forced to live in a tortured eternity in servitude to the damned. As you kill enemies, the chalice will fill with blood. Use the chalice to feed from it and gain its sword vitae. Sick. Wait, where did we get this? Decreases chance to frenzy. I don't think we've frenzied once in this game. Security level 2. What are we missing? Melee 2, Finance 2, Security 2. Shit. Okay. What is our security right now? 1. Okay. Wait, finance? No, it doesn't. It only benefits Haggle. Okay, I got confused for a second. All right, that's good to know. Where's this? It's got to be one of these. Noob camper. Okay. Oh, hello. There's Yosef. Apps. Dur. Access denied. Your account balance is 56 cents. To recharge your account, please speak to the Ground Zero employee. I totally misspelled that. Kafka. Alley behind the fast buck, which is literally where we just were. Mav has detected a virus in the attachment of this message that has been quarantined, and a notice sent to sniffq@mail.vtm. Clan Chocula, baby. Clan Chocula. I wonder, can we... Oh, there is no person here. $5 per hour, you must sign in. No prawn. Okay. Aren't some of these covers of some of the older books? Need to read racing. See Jane Drive. Troika. Pronoun verb. Wait. Pronoun the verb, you say? Pronoun the verb? All right, let's go behind the fast book. We riot? I want to say there was a joke. Somebody like made a mod. It's that way. That's the fast buck over there. Quick save. Guess who's back? Back again. Okay, and yeah, that's where we need to go next. Excuse me, pardon me. See, now the graffiti is fine. There you are, bud. Oh, hey. Hey, guys,
Yeah?
it's Steve Blum.
What do you want? Yeah? I mean, what? Who the hell is Isaac? I don't know anyone named Isaac.
Sure.
Boss bitch. Tape? What tape? I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I'm getting the hell out of here.
Okay.
All right. Sorry. It's just that... I mean, something is... I just want out of this whole thing.
What did
I
you
don't
do?
want
What did you
anything to do with
break?
that damn tape.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, when it comes to video, I've seen everything. And I do mean everything. With this thing, it's sick. It can't be real.
Did you
but
find a snuff
it
film? Is that what happened? Is it
I
baby's
know
first snuff film?
It's real, and it scares the hell out of me.
Okay. Is it that bad?
You have no idea. It's disgusting. That girl, the things that are happening to her. It just ain't right, man. It
Wait.
just ain't right.
Biggest Thing game come out already? I'm getting impatient. I know. Relatable booty.
Something's
Relatable. I
after me.
need it so bad. I
I
need
swear to
it.
God, something's after me.
I want to play it so fucking bad, dude. Pull it together. You're losing it. Smack, smack.
Wherever I look, I see things. In the shadows. My phone rings. I hear something breathing on the other end, and... Shit.
Is this
I'm out,
this
man.
mission a
I'm out of
Shining?
this
Not
whole
Shining.
thing.
The Ring reference. Give me the tape.
Have it? I stashed it someplace. Look, you need to find Ginger Swans. Huh? What the hell was that? Oh, shit. Did you see that?
No, I've never watched
getting
one.
the fuck
Totally
outta
never
here.
watched one. Never seen one. Not even a glimpse. Oh, okay, that was weird.
What the... Oh, Christ!
Wait, come back! I think I'm obligated to go after it, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Hello? Well, I was looking for blood, but okay. He said ginger swans, right? What is ginger swans? That's some clean sewer water? Yeah, weirdly enough, it's very clean in here. Tinner's apartments. There's 3. Oh, across from the Lucky Star. Okay. Hold on, let me see the mission log. Only clue you have is the words ginger swans. Okay. There's a door here. Can't even pick it. Oh, that's apparently not a real map. Okay, we came all the way to the end. What is 1? That's the Asian theater. All right, I think we'll just pop up on A next to us. Oh, son of a bitch. Ow. I keep wanting to hit C to crouch because we played Phasmo last night. So if I keep randomly opening the character sheet, it's because of that. Rat sucker, no! Oh, ooh. Okay. Golden age jewelry. Okay. Hotel. So this would be the apartments, typically. Makes me wonder if it has like one of those alternative entrances like other apartments do, but it doesn't look like it. It does not have just a random open vent. Consume the radioactive rat. Yes, yes. You know what? Let's see if we can go talk to Isaac about it. Maybe Isaac will understand what ginger swans means. Cool cats. Radioactive? Oh my god. Dig the fit? Nice. That's what I was thinking. It was like, maybe it has something to do with like red swans or something, but I haven't noticed anything.
You made good time. Hand me the item.
He didn't have it.
Did he at least make a good excuse?
Ginger swans.
Ginger swan. Swan. Not an animal. A name. Brings
Oh
back
god,
a
is this
lot
where we're
of
gonna have to go to the
memories.
cemetery?
70 years ago, wasn't a man in this city that wouldn't have given up his
We're gonna have to go to
family,
the cemetery.
career, or anything else for one night with her. That depends. You believe in an afterlife?
Hi,
Ginger Swan's been
Kobold.
dead
How are
since
you
the
doing?
50s. 20 years after, there were still grown men weeping at her grave. I don't know how she's relevant, but I have faith you will figure
Maybe
it
he
out.
buried it at her grave. Okay, bye. All right, we're going to the cemetery. Great. Which also means we'll probably have to do the worst mission in this game early. Methinks. Which I think is the entrance was on the yeah, it's by Vesuvius. That's where it was. Yeah, this is not the same mission, but there's a side mission that we can pick up there. That is arguably the worst mission in the game. Either it bugs most of the time or it's just impossible. Because it is effectively a one-man tower defense mission. This is the continuation. Oh, I thought this was the entrance. Was I wrong? I hit C again to crouch. All right. Don't you gain more points doing a mission than skipping it? Yes, yes you do. That's why we'll probably try to do it. Because I want to get as much experience points as we can. Also, didn't we? Okay, we got 3 points. So we're going to level up. I'll level up security. Because then we can also use one of these. This one. And we get even more security. Lockpicking 6, baby. Okay, so we're looking for a grave. Swan. Meryl. We'll go in there afterwards. Andrew Meggs. Meryl again. So there are repeats. And you see how long this place is? It's basically just one long sidewalk. Chad. Is it inside? That's spiderweb. This is, I'm pretty sure this is reminiscent of Hollywood Forever. I'm pretty sure this is what this one's based on. Alrighty then. Alright, we gotta go talk to the groundskeeper. Pulls that akimbo spider SMGs. You grave! Alright. Special eyes. Hi, Starshine. How are you doing? Alright, here it is. Yoink. Hey, buddy.
Whoa there, Sugar Puss. Might want to think about knocking next time I damn near blew your hat off.
Well, you were sitting on the couch, so...
Who else would be waltzing in here in the middle of the night? Name's Romero. I'm the caretaker here. Well, that is, I don't exactly keep people from getting in, although that is part of my job. No, you see...
Zombie mission time. You skip... Oh, wait, you can skip it with a check in this one?
See, it's like this. Every night around this time for the past, several months now, the dead of
Because I remember this mission being a pain, and the best way to do it is just to pull out a gun and start mowing them down.
Working on it. Till they figured out they needed a volunteer to patch the problem, and I stepped forward.
Yes, Sugar Puss.
Problem temporarily solved. The Baron's happy. I get to shoot zombies, and guarantee I get my blood for another month. I've carved out a nice...
okay. What's causing the zombies to rise?
Who knows? Vampire necro hoodoo, toxic waste, solar radiation. The important part is, they continue to rise up, and I get to put them down. Everybody's a winner.
Can I get some time off? Wanted to see you and everyone else? Hell yeah. Okay.
Shoot them, blow them away, frag them, whatever the situation calls for. Sometimes I throw in chopping and dicing just to mix.
I was gonna say, I feel like eventually you would run out of bodies.
You're telling me. As far as I know, I'm the only person around Hollywood who considers marksmanship.
It's funny because that is an origin, possible origin of Prometheans. True.
Bonus.
Yes, they can. All three of those things can, in fact, cause them.
By the way, hey, you wouldn't be interested in watching the place while I go handle some business, would you? I'm not supposed to leave, or it might end up in a zombie holocaust or something. Like one time, these goths...
Isn't there a movie called that?
Ooh, wasn't pretty.
Wasn't it for me?
Let's see, if you can't shoot straight, I can probably fix that. And I've got quite the arsenal.
Oh yes, guns.
I can probably let one piece go. We'll work something out when I get back. You know, I know you're technically dead and all, but god damn, you are one striking looking piece of ass. Where were you when you were still breathing, huh? I suppose you'd still be interested in a little,
Let's get back on track.
No, huh? Well, that's what imaginations are for. So, anyway.
Check
I'll be
in. Hi,
back in about
Queens.
5 minutes. If you should see any zombies in that time, you need to put them down. Now, they're dead, so you're either gonna have to hack them up good, or shoot them in the head.
I can do the shooting him in the head part.
Let them bite you.
What happens if they bite
No.
me?
Just hurts like a bitch.
Can I help in some other way?
Well, I don't know. What are you thinking? Sometimes a man needs the kind of release putting a 44 slug through a zombie's brain doesn't provide.
Yeah, a lot of characters in this game, their eyes kind of do that.
Temporary affection.
I'll bring someone back for you? Oh. Okay. Who could we send back? One or two? Do I try to find someone else, or do I say, I think I know what you mean? I think we're gonna go with two. I think we're gonna see if we can potentially to it.
So, cold and hot. Now that that's all taken care of, I'm free for the rest of the night. And you gotta admit, you and I, there's something there. Got 10 minutes you want to kill?
Chat. I think we have to. I think we're obligated.
Really? I mean, really? Just don't bite it, all right?
Fade to black, fade to black, fade to black. Two. The answer's two. Hey, 2 experience, worth it. Worth it. Skip the zombie mission. 2 experience, worth it. Good job. Okay then. Will you sell me stuff now, or can I not talk to you? Ooh, hello. I'm in Snoop. I think this is just a door outside. Yeah, okay. Oh, shit. Okay then. Works for me. No, we don't shoot him. We just skipped the hardest mission in the game. That was worth it. That was worth it. Also, we can also level up something else. Hold on. What was one of the books that we had? Melee. Again, we're really not using melee. Finance? Okay, we can do finance. Because that will save us some money in the long run. Hell yeah, dude. Haggle 5. Sweet.
Well,
Right.
look at
All right.
you.
We got the tape. Who was that? Takage Studies, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Or excuse me, pardon me. Because if we do that fight normally, it's a pain. Because it's literally 5 minutes. You have to sit here and gun down zombies for 5 minutes. Then after this, we'll do Lucky Star. We'll go do Lucky Star after this. I think. Actually, no, we'll do Sinbin. We'll do Velvet stuff, and then we'll go to the Lucky Star. Could hire a hooker? Maybe. Maybe. But we'd have to go find one.
You still don't have it, do you?
No, I got it right here.
I didn't doubt you'd find this, and I apologize if I was overly imperious before. A reflex action. I get a lot of young blood in here forgetting their place. I'll assist you as reasonably as I can with your task. But first, this tape. I'm in a hurry to find out what's behind all the hype, so get comfortable. I
What?
do have a feeling that whatever's here may be of use to both of us.
Oh no. Oh shit. No, it's not zombies. That's the flesh house. That's the flesh house.
It's more disturbing than I was led to believe. You can understand my concern now, can't you? It just so happens that around the time this snuff film started circulating,
Flesh house, yes.
Nosferatu disappeared. I tried to elicit their help in tracking down the source, and for the first time in all these years, I was dismayed by their absence.
Think that video has something to do with it?
Does. It's awfully coincidental otherwise. And those creatures. I don't know how many professional FX houses could pull those off. There's a problem, though, in that the film's incomplete. The first half is damaged. We need a complete copy.
The murderous snuff film? True, but... Or if we get a better copy.
Behind the spit-shine gloss of the Hollywood Dream Factory, there's another city churning out a vile byproduct for the furtive consumption of a debauched audience.
Also, was an unrelated scene.
I have no doubt the film's found its way to another smut peddler.
Noster's Mission was worse than the zombies of the unpatched version. Good lord, it was. Yep. Alright. Alright, let's go do Venus' stuff first. So we need to go to the sin bin. Slow it down there, Mr. SAT. Listen, he's doing his best, okay? Actually, sin bin is on the other side of town. We'll do the Lucky Star. So the mission we have from the Lucky Star, I'm pretty sure, is here. Shredded body of Milton and abandoned. We're looking for Durbin. Find a key to the Lucky Star Motel. Okay. So is there only one way in? Yeah, there's only one way in. Lurk check. Sound on for people who haven't said anything in a while. Hey, buddy.
Sorry, no vacancies. Feel free, babe. This is a treasure trove of human banality. Working here, you meet lots of types of man. You get stories, you get characters, you know. This kind of place where writers go to study human behavior.
Sound off! Who's not dead? Fart.wave. God damn it, Hectic. You're a writer?
Writer's such a tarnished term, you know what I mean? It's like every other guy says he's a writer.
Oh god, I remember this guy. Oh no.
It's like, what I do, that's
No, not the anime Lucky Star.
I encapsulate the essence of excellent film in my scripts, all right?
It's Lucky with two E's.
I'm a blacksmith with pens, all right? I'm a welder of montage.
But he writes.
Does a writer write, or does he just like...
I thought we were supposed to get a mission for this guy. The thing is, though, if I remember correctly, we're gonna find out that...
That's what I write.
I could have swore I remember this guy being part of a mission. What kind of horror films?
I'm like looking to redefine the vampire movie, okay? Like tons of people make vampire flicks, like popular characters, but me, I'm gonna be doing the real deal. Like, not only is it gonna be scary, but it's gonna be like...
Yeah, I was gonna say, because I remember this guy, his like, in the gist of it is he's writing a movie where he's guessing vampire stuff, but the thing is he is scarily correct. And I'm pretty sure we're supposed to find him later. Hi, Amorphous, how are you doing?
Well,
because he's basically just a walking, talking, unintentional masquerade breach.
And stuff. You know, like, what would vampires be really all about? I mean, how do they blend into society without being discovered?
Yeah, we definitely can't say that second one.
The moon is out, everyone's in dreamland, and you've tuned into...
You know, we'll see if he gets pissed off. No, he's blind. Good. Thank God.
And hey, why don't you call me sometime?
Except there's nothing in here.
KL5, KTRK.
Oh, that's Deb. Okay, excuse me, bye. Oh, I hit C again. That's my bad. Okay. Weird, but also okay. So the question is... That may be the room. Yeah, that one's locked. Oh, I can lockpick these. Uh-oh. 8. Okay. Code of some kind. Code of some kind.
Step inside.
Hello. Nicolax, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. All right, I think this is the door that we have the key for.
Oh my god! My work is done.
What the fuck? Buddy? Brothers Salvage. Okay, where was that? Santa Monica Brothers Oh, uh-oh. Okay. I know where that is. That's an area that we previously, like, couldn't get into. Yeah, he dove through that window and he was on the second story. It's kind of impressive. Crypto Bro in the 90s? Maybe. Okay, let's do Sinbin. And then after we do Sinbin, we'll go to the salvage place. Because I'm pretty sure it's over there behind the diner. All right. Hey, buddy.
Hey, hot pants. The name's Flynn. I'm the proprietor of this here
As
establishment.
sleazy as it gets. Fun fact, chat. Did you know the point, the reason that this game still has like a bunch of stand, like paper prawn shops like this and stuff, was because the fall of the paper prawn industry technically didn't basically like complete until about 2006. So this was at its launch still prime culture, prime American culture. Tell me about this place.
Sinbin. Oh, we've got filth of every flavor. Just tell me what makes you.
Goodness gosh, he just
tingle,
left.
I'll set you right up.
A bunch of products.
Man, we got everything you'll ever need. Softcore, hardcore, gay, straight, farm, or furry. We got shockers,
Farm?
lubricators, and straps.
Uh-oh.
Chain
Uh-oh.
straps and canes are in the back.
Yeah, paper prawn.
Triple ripples.
Paper what now? It's basically just saying physical material instead of internet material. Because the complete transition where internet became majority stakes in the prawn industry wasn't until 2006. It took you a second. Good. Got a few more questions.
Yeah? What do you want to know?
Ever heard of Death Mouse?
Yeah, I heard of them. Why do you want to know?
Might have the market.
Really? You a cop?
Do I look like 5-0 to you? Just trying to get some information?
All right, listen. I'll tell you a little bit, but if anyone comes asking...
If you're a cop, you gotta tell me if you're a cop.
They produce only the most hardcore video. I'm not even talking black market here, more like black hole market. Not the kind of product you want to get mixed up in. The kind of stuff that gets you put in jail for just talking about it, all right? Snuff films is just a tip.
Hyperventilates creepily. I forgore. Hi, I forgore. What have you forgore?
Real enough that every cop in 5 states has been trying to track these guys down. They are bad news, pal.
He wears RodeoCon makeup in his off hours? Maybe, I could see it.
And get your ass back to Kansas. Forget it, man. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Huh? What? Who are they? Seriously, get the hell out of here.
Seduction, not seduction, persuasion.
All I know is that a guy calls on the payphone down the street every once in a while. He'll say something like, the moon is a terrible mistress, or some creepy shit like that.
Okay.
And then all you have to say is, who walks the night with demons of dread. Supposedly you'll be told where to meet the guy to pick up product. I don't know for sure. I never tried it. It scared the shit out of me.
Bozo, was that before the grenade? Oh no. Alright, I need more information because we're looking for chastity.
You might as well know this. Word on the street is that they didn't even make the video. They're just distributing it. No one even knows where it comes from. I'm telling you, man, whatever you're in, get out of it now.
Woke shit and masculine games smash? Oh no. Oh shit, I can scroll up in the conversation. Did not realize that. Go home and change your underwear, see ya? Hold on, there's something else.
What can I do to you, honey?
2.
Yeah, Chastity. She works downstairs in the booth. But if you're
Oh my
looking
goodness,
for
hold on a
someone
second.
to, trim your hedge, I got better girls than her. She ain't exactly adventuresome. Know what I'm talking about?
It's probably rumors. I bet like a bunch of those shops probably like talk to each other.
All right, it's your dollar. But if you want a private show, you're gonna have to wait until the booth customers clear out. The girls don't come out for one-on-one action until then.
Okay.
Yeah? What do you want to know?
Nah, never mind. I'm just looking to see if there's anything here that we can pick up that may count as like an extra item. Okay. Am I bugs? There we go. There we go. Don't mind if I do. All right. Inventory. Playful rabbits? Okay, those are just names. Beast Master? With UR? Oh no. Yeti? Oh, Felch. Oh. J-Pron. Proof she's not 18? What the fuck? Okay, we only need to know Peep Show. I don't need to look, I think, at all of these things. Yeah, the Peep Show is what we need. We need to know which booth she's in. Status. Window 1, malfunction. Operational. Alrighty then. Is he gonna leave? This cutscene is way too long. Okay. Private. Let's see. I want to figure out which booth she's in so that I don't interrupt someone. PMP? I guess you just pick up the phone down the street, say, who walks the... Okay. If we hadn't talked to him and he hadn't told us, then this is where we would have found out. Cash or horse, but that's a given. Big John Farmer? Left the acting side and has begun to produce films. As suspected, he's taken to the farm stuff. He said to contact him. This guy needs help. Oh, no. Log file. Oh, Jesus. Not interrupt everyone. The thing is, we don't want to piss off Chastity. PS 120. Jennifer. Jesus. Yeah, see, this is the thing, is like you can see how much Chastity just is literally just here to spy. She literally only takes a single customer for 120 as opposed to the other girls. I think it's those. I don't know which one she's in. I'm guessing she's going to be in the malfunctioning one. No, that's not what I wanted. Let's go to the home. Actually, no, I did want Peep Show. Status. Yeah, I think window 1 is going to be the one we want to go to. Actually, hold on. Which one is window 1? Let's open this up. Wait, maybe I fucked this up. So all of these should be... Oh! Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be that one at the end. Oh, shit. Oh, is this the private section? Oh, hello. Dancers, log all champagne room transactions. Oh, okay. Port Peep Show revenue under PS. Password center. Okay. Is this outside? Where is this gonna put us? You got a pie? Oh, interesting. Okay. Ad break in 1 minute. Needs herself a manager or something? Apparently. She's not there. Didn't we shut these down though? Hold on a second. I thought we just locked everything, didn't we? Status. Operational. Okay. Again, I don't know where we're supposed to find that card. Wait, we can pick the money from this box? That's crazy. Don't mind if I do. Hey, buddy. Wait. Chubbs, is that you? Oh. Hey, who are you?
Yeah, what are you looking for, honey?
Is this Chastity? That's their cousin Thickums? Oh my god.
Oh. Okay. I'll just go back into the pleasure palace.
Thing is, I don't know who that is. Oh, that is her! Ow, ow, where's the heel? Where's the heel? Ow, oh my god, she was kicking my butt. I also did not save before we got in here. Yep, that's what I thought. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so that is her. She is the one with the white hair. That's good to know. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shit. Shit. Double shit. Okay, it saved when we went outside. That's totally fine. But we have an ad break. So give me just a second. Let me get the thingamadoohickey open for y'all. All right. And I will get out of your hair because I need to go see who's home and I need to go talk to them about something. So I'll be back in a minute. Don't burn anything down. Okay, dokie. What did I miss? Who died? What's the deal? Okay. Ad break's already over. We'll wait for this round to end. Oh, goodness. Okay. We may actually be able to have a long stream today, chat. We may be able to have a long stream today. Ordain's trying to cheat in the wizard battles. Doesn't he usually try to cheat? Of all no you cards? Unfortunately, you can't do that. That's against the laws of the universe. I need to borrow someone to rip a head off. Any nominations? Just go ask the bouncer. Just go ask the bouncer, dude. That'll get her done. All right. Put that away. Let me stand up. And then we can bring the game back up. Load. All right. Oh, the music. Okay. Okay, there we go. Continue, I said. I do not know why I did that, but okay. Also, it is not letting me swap to first person for some reason. Okay. Again, I still can't swap to first person. We're gonna go ahead and take this though. Okay. Peep show. Lock down. Close. Okay. So theoretically, right? I mean, they came out last time. Okay, well, apparently that did not work. Oh, that's probably what it was. I probably just need to wait. Right? Call Globulomecha window for assistance? Globomecha window, really? Okay, guess we can unlock them. That's totally fine. So I guess we just go wait for... What's that? Wait, what was that? Hello? Oh, there she is.
Yeah, what are you looking for, honey? Oh, okay. I'll just go back into the pleasure palace.
She really does not like me. All right. All right, that's fine. And then we are going to do a little thing here, which is... do we just blast her with shotguns? We'll definitely put that on. And then we're going to... Our melee really isn't that good. It's almost better just to brawl for us. See, it even tells us like 24 damage per punch. Okay. Oh my god. Ugh! I wish there was... hold on. I'm pretty sure there's buttons. I wish I could select my disciplines easier because I'm trying to scroll and my mouse scroll wheel is busted. Wheel up, wheel down. Oh, nope. Nope. Not useful. Oh my god. Oh, y'all can't see it. It's behind me. I can't like lean over here. Y'all can kind of see the symbol there. This is me trying to just scroll once. And you see it like flicker? 1, 1, 1. Flickered back up. Oh my god. I want to be able to switch between like blood buff into... Here, presence, presence. Oh my god. Alright, come here, bitch. Alright, give me your sword. Oh, I don't think I can take your sword. Okay. Alright, let's go talk to Velvet. Excuse me, sir. I totally did not just kill your employee. New mouse time? I'm waiting until after the move to get a new mouse. Is the thing. I just want to wait. What is that? Is that a Vince? Huh. Alright, let's go talk to Velvet. I don't think it's bugged. I think we like already have one. Maybe they're the same ones. Maybe they're different. Hold on. Maybe we can go back. Let's go see. Cast a Bustin. Bustin makes me feel good. Anyway. Let's see if it's still there. Because like the knives and stuff stay in the hub area. So maybe... Okay, yeah, it's a Shinganto, so it's the same. It's just a replica. Yeah, it's the same one. It wasn't bugged. It wasn't bugged. It's fine. It's fine. Full bar, no cover. All right. Okay, she's not in here, so she's got to be up here.
Look who's back.
Vivi.
My friends call me Vivi.
Damn it.
Velvet will
Damn it. We botched it. We botched it. We're not friends yet.
Mm-hmm.
She's dead.
If we'd never taken the paths we did in life, could we have grown fond of each other? A shame you had to take her life. But you've saved mine.
She literally won't talk to us. I would have actually tried to just get her to leave the town, but, you know. It's unfortunate it had to be that way.
But through this ordeal, I've gained an enticing new ally. And I'm beginning to think it was fate.
Okay, me too? Yes.
You're just saying what I want to hear. Don't stop.
3. Okay, so she doesn't have anything else for us, it seems.
David Hatter.
Who?
David Hatter's an aspiring screenwriter.
Oh, shit. Okay, this is who we talk to.
He comes in more often than he would admit. Several years now. Poor dear just can't get a break. I overheard him talking about his new screenplay with one of my girls.
All right,
It
we
was
gotta go
about
talk to our buddy again.
societies and creatures that found themselves
By a
dealing
mall
with
katana? I did
innocent
accidentally get my butt handed to me by a mall katana. To be fair, she did jump me though. I thought I was gonna be able to talk to her. About the Bush administration? Yes, that's the one we're going with.
It's about Kindred. The details of his story were too insightful to be coincidental. I think someone's working with David. A Kindred who doesn't realize the consequences of their actions. Do you know what the penalty for revealing ourselves to Kyne is?
Death.
Death. I'm afraid poor David's big break. The screenplay he's worked so hard on must be destroyed, and his less than silent partner must be executed. I know David too well. I'm very fond of David, and I'm too close to do what needs to be done.
Okay. And his source?
No! I don't think Hatter knows his collaborator is Kindred.
Ooh, the voice dropped for a second. Okay.
Somehow, you'll have to coax the name of his source out of him. Once you found out who, kill the traitor.
That feels like it was a completely separate take. But at the same time, it feels like it's a moment of her, like, actually caring. Okay.
David works at the Lucky Star Motel. He's very passionate about his writing. He loves to talk about it.
I mean, we already did talk to him.
I'm sure he'll talk about his screenplay. It may
The Bambi poster, it is kind of... It's very 2004 attempt at being a sexy poster. Leave it to me.
After this is over, I promise you'll have my complete attention.
Oh, when you say something is so wrong, it's just... No! I'm back with David's screenplay. All right. Oh, David. All right. Lucky Stars just down the bend. We'll do that. And then... Actually, are we going to walk past one of the phones? We still need to go back and do the salvage yard. Okay. Where were the payphones again? Oh, that's the music. I was like, what is that sound? Bambino used to work here. Don't worry about it.
Night eating you?
Have an extra copy?
Good writer always does in this town. Hey, you in the business? Because, man, I got tons of ideas for movies. In fact, I should give you one of my completed screenplays. This one's still a work in progress.
Okay. 2.
You do? Man, that's fantastic. I can give you my screenplay if you promise to keep it safe.
If you have a hard time scrolling, wait, does Kate... Wait. Hotkeys? Okay.
I really can't talk about it. He likes his privacy.
Oh, so there is one.
Okay. He's a guy, calls himself Julius. He lives under the pier. In fact, I'm supposed to meet him tonight. We talk about vampire film.
The pier? In Santa Monica?
Weird guy, but really creative. You know, I love how his mind works.
Is that the pier in Santa Monica? Oh, shit. Julius is the guy with the mohawk. Fuck. Oh, no. All right, you said K? Ooh. Okay. Fist, that's fine. Change this to Glock. Why is it Double Blood Hill? We'll change that to ranged weapons, shotgun, which I think is the Ithaca. Okay, blood heal, blood buff, that's fine. This one will be aspects, this one will be celerity, this one will be presence. I do not want to accidentally use blood packs. Okay, I did not know this was here. This would have been really useful earlier. You okay, bud? All right. Okay, so we'll go to the scrapyard and then we'll go talk to, oh, what's his name? Julius.
Where to?
Santa Monica. This way. Oh, we're actually kind of low on blood.
I've seen the face of the demon, and it is excited.
Okay, then make sure we do a save just in case. Mandatory view message. Wait. Okay. Nothing we can search, which means we have to go this way. Okay. Oh, he's aggroed. Hey, buddy. I'm sorry. Oh, Jesus. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought I was getting stuck. Oh, I am kind of stuck. Oh, Jesus. Oh my god, oh my god. He's throwing fucking cars at me. Oh! Okay. Okay, I guess. I'm joining the ATF. Damn it. All right. You know what? He can stay in there. Let's not kill him. Oh, come on. Jeez. Hello? There we go. Okay. Really? Oh shit. Oh Jesus. Ow? Ow? Oh my god, the damage it just dealt. You know what? Hold on. Where is our... Okay. Are you ready to talk, Jens?
No! Back off, vampire! Stay the fuck back! I did nothing to you!
Care to plead your case?
What the hell do you care? I don't give a damn if you understand. Why? So you can pass judgment on me? So you can decide if those murderers deserve to be gutted? You'll never know how it feels. Never!
Murderers?
My family, my children were butchered by small-time criminals just looking to rob a house.
Jugs? What do you mean, Jugs? Oh, the Jugs on the screen. Okay, got you.
No sense to any of it. No plan, no ransom, just kill
Yuri,
them.
as in the voice actor? I do not know.
Because they were there, in the way?
I don't know, but everyone gets it sometime. So you thought you'd get a little payback?
Not one of them paid. My whole family dead, my life gone. I'm supposed to let that happen?
One.
I tracked them down.
I want to see if we can talk our way through this and not have to fight him.
One caught them all. The one you saw in Hollywood. He was the last of them.
Taking a little revenge.
Revenge, justice, whatever you want to call it.
Here's my parent for partner alert. Thank you, Mungo.
Animals, ripping them to shreds and licking their blood from my claws.
All right. Are you gonna be a good vampire now?
I don't know. Butchering those bastards was the first time I felt anything since my family was torn from me. I'm sure there are others out there whose crimes have
He's
gone
very Banu Hakim coded, but
At least I put it to use. How many vampires have used their abilities for a just cause? At least I did something.
okay. Okay, let's go with one.
I can't turn my back on the evil in this.
Humanity game. Let's go. Do you think your family would be proud of you?
No. Oh, God, no. No. It's got to stop. I can't
Wow, that was a
live
very
like
fast 180 with the one conversation choice.
God, you're right. I'll never do it again. I swear. Forgive me.
Go on. All right, then. Bye, buddy. Did we kill any vampires justly? What vampires have we killed so far? Oh, the ones that were spreading the plague. There were others that were spreading the plague. Okay, so now we need to do this one. So we're going to the pier. Although, I do need some blood. So let's go into the asylum real quick. Asylum. Still think of Vampire World? Yes, especially in this game. We just haven't gotten to that part yet.
I missed you. Did you miss me?
Terribly. Nom, 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 nom. All right, that's enough. That's fine. All right, let's go to the pier. We got to go talk to Julius. I think we can talk our way through Julius too with having him like leave town or something. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we can convince him to like leave town or something and we don't have to kill him either. I'm pretty confident. All right, Julius, loading screen. Do the spot count. We haven't killed, oh no. Oh yeah, we did kill the one. We did kill the one city great gang girl that was in the warehouse district. All right, Julius, we gotta talk, bud.
What do you want?
You, Julius?
No.
What were you thinking?
Please, I don't.
To be fair, he didn't know. They didn't teach him anything.
I didn't mean to. I don't understand what I am. I didn't know.
Two.
I'm so sorry. Please, I'll never do it again.
Begging on your knees, is it? Is death? We'll go with that one.
No. Oh, God.
They aren't my rules, you understand? I'm just following orders. Do I really have to kill him?
Find your heart.
I'm trying to see if I can find...
Please, find your heart.
Okay.
You could let me go.
Okay, there we go. There we go. He'll offer to leave.
I would leave Los Angeles. I swear.
What's in it for me? Okay, yeah, we'll try that.
I don't have much. Just some money. $100 or so.
I don't want to take your money, bun. Yeah, one. Keep it. Get out of town.
Thank you.
I know, but it's going pretty good. We've had, what is this? Our third? Both. Okay, so how much humanity do we have? 8. Nice.
Well, look at you.
I mean, we're playing a conversationalist character, and if we can get through a lot of the missions just by talking, and then use those points to level up like our combat. Hi, Riddle. 2 milliseconds of epiphany. Yep, it hit him like a truck. All right. So who was that? Back away. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Fucks with an evil is good being. Listen, it's the stereotype of horror streamers being the nicest people on the internet. The thing is, though, is if we can finish this campaign and we still have plenty of time before.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
How are you doing, Floyd?
Please, enjoy the show.
Okay. That's the caller. Okay, we'll just go talk to Vivi.
Need a ride?
We'll go talk to Vivi first. Ludo? What is Ludo? Ludo. I swear I know that name. Is it... I forget. Is that a game that like connects with Twitch? Talk your way into a killing machine? Yes, exactly. You do the thing where you just like talk your way through everything. And then in the end, people fuck around and find out that this entire time you've been a gun-toting badass. That is the plan.
Look who's back.
Velvet.
Please.
Oh, now she tells me to say Vivi. About Hatter. Here's a screenplay.
Oh, I suppose I should just tear it up. But I can't. I can't rip up the product of that man's soul.
No.
Would you?
Oh.
Tear it up for me.
Ooh. I can't.
Fine. I understand. Are they? I mean...
They're taken care of.
It must have been difficult. But take some comfort in knowing if you hadn't...
I was gonna say, yeah, technically the only person who knows about the screenplay is Vivi.
A lot.
More Masquerade Redemptions. Too bad that doesn't give us anything, considering we haven't broken the Masquerade at any points.
You're so sweet to me. The way you protect me.
To rework the screenplay to be about werewolves, that would have been funny. I'm exhausted. Ludo's a game that's very heavy subject matter. Could also play it in short bursts. Oh, that makes sense, Floyd. I hope you had a good time, though.
Here, take this.
There's a lot of games that are like that.
Reminder of the beautiful girl whose heart you stole.
Nice. Do we get any bonuses for that? Does that photo give us... Oh, there it is. I may be delivering a memento of moi to your Haven computer, but this is the tide you over for now? Uh-oh. All right. We're going to the Haven, chat. This is important. Screws with you hard? Ooh. Okay, hold on. So the guy said that there was phones down the road. So here's Sinbin. Phones. I remember seeing phones, but is it this one? There it is.
The moon is a mysterious mistress. The Lucky Star Motel, room 2. Don't be long.
I'll be there. There we go. All right, we're gonna go downtown first. We're going to our Haven.
Hop in.
No. We're gonna go talk to Amber, and we're gonna go. Oh, God damn it! Why do you do that? Okay, it was Skyline, which is this way? Question mark? Have we ever been in the Hallowbrook Hotel? I don't think we have. Right? I sit and fish. Beam sheen. All right. No, I'm going the wrong direction, aren't I? Yep. Exact wrong direction. Yep. Thank you, Wolf. I do it all the time. I get turned around in downtown all the time. Will this give us across the way from behind the building, maybe? Please don't be a dead end. Oh, it's gonna be a dead end. Oh no, it's Fat Larry's edge. Come here, bud.
Baby girl, you know I got what you need.
I love you, Larry. All right. What do you got, bud? Nothing new? That's fine. Let's see. Do I have things I can sell to you?
Yo, I got dinosaur eggs. We don't know.
Doesn't look like it. All right. Speaking of which, I forgot to use... No, where's that other book we got? I just saw it. Am I blind? Where is it? It was like a green book. It was the one that was like, it was the computer book that we found. Here, hold on.
Baby girl, you know I got.
Because it shows up if I go. See, there it is.
David Duchovny sick. Sign sealing.
Research 8. There is enough illumination to read this book, at least for you, Dunsmeister. Okay.
Yo, I got dinosaur eggs. We don't know what kind. Buy them and hatch. Yo, man, got a Galapagos turtle. This week only.
Where's the purse that I had?
Yo, I got dinosaur eggs. We don't know
Oh, there it is. Oh, I can't even get it to drop.
Got a Galapagos turtle. This week only.
Okay, let's get rid of some of these diaries.
Check it out. Step right up.
Don't really need that anymore.
Lazy eye hammocks and dwarf saddles right here. Oh, man, got a Galapagos turtle. This week only.
Okay. Okay. Dinosaur egg sounds like a good breakfast. It does. What about an ostrich egg? I think an ostrich egg would probably be the closest that you're gonna get to a dinosaur egg breakfast. All right, let's do this. So is she gonna put something in my mailbox? Nope. Okay, nothing in there. 4. Maybe Nalarian chunk art. Oh my god. Crocodile or alligator eggs? Those reptile eggs are... Hello. Hello. Stolen artifact. Okay, that's just a newspaper. What are you doing here?
Oh, you're back. I went out this evening and I met someone and he wouldn't leave me alone, so he came back here with me and, well, I thought you might want to... in the bathroom. I locked him in. Did I mess up?
Okay. Ooh. Okay. Is that it? Which bathroom is he in? That's a closet, so it was probably this bathroom. No? Upstairs bathroom. Chair, move. Hold on. Emails, sunrise. Okay, no new emails. Also, my stomach's starting to hurt again. I have to lockpick my own door, seriously? What's up, bun?
Hey, what the hell is this shit? Let me out, goddammit! I'll kill that crazy bitch!
If you'll forget this.
Psycho bitch brought me here, hit me in the head, and locked me up. What the fuck? I mean, who the fuck does that?
Ooh.
So she's gonna play it like that, huh? Alright. Alright, just let me out. I want to get as far away from that crazy bitch as possible.
Okay. Okay. That's fine. Works for me. I apparently do. She is doing some heinous shit. Close the closet. Where is she?
Master?
Master, really? Never ever do that again.
I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you, I promise.
Okay. Hold on. I want you to change your appearance, just in case.
Earlier...
Wait. You weren't following me, were you? I had this feeling I was being watched. What? We'll go with that.
You dead? Why? How could anyone think of harming someone so...
Is something? Define something. Promise me you stay indoors until it's over. About your appearance. Okay. Change it. Dark and gothic? All right, we'll go with that. Is she gonna change in there and come right back out? Do we want to see? No? Okay, so she'll just be different when we come back. I still don't know what the Vivi thing is. Oh well. Alright. What was the other thing? Oh, that's right, the Lucky Star room. And then okay. Into it? Into what? The goth outfit? Oh, goodness. All right. We're going to go back to the, what is it? Hollywood. We're going to go back to Hollywood, and then I need to run to the bathroom again. My stomach hurts again. I'm sorry, chat. I'm sorry for all the tummy hurt. All right.
Happy you need a date?
But at least you'll get the card match. Okay. Mouth. Oh my god. I think that's one thing this game should have done is it should have given the player character like priority when like trying to get past people. Okay, Hollywood. And then we're gonna go to the Lucky Star. Actually, hold on real quick. When did we get 17 experience? Okay. Celerity it is. What else do we want? Knowledges? No, what raises research higher? Scholarship and... Wait, why is dexterity 12 but strength is 8? Huh? Okay then. I think we're gonna end up saving our experience. Manipulation is only for haggle. Appearance is for seduction. Intelligence is for research and intimidate. Okay, so we're gonna go for intelligence next. Let's also do a save, because when was the last time we saved? Oh yeah, because melee is using a melee weapon, not your fists. And we're currently just using our fists. All right, chat, I'm going to go on a brief break because my stomach hurts again. So I'm going to give you this game. I'm going to turn on the autopilot until I come back. Don't burn anything down. I will give you the music in just a second. I will see you in a minute. I'm sorry we keep doing this today. Oh my goodness. All right, I'm so sorry, y'all. All right, I'm still alive. I'm still alive, and I want to keep playing. Also, Mordane's going to bed. I did see that. Let me hide down here for a little bit. Where's OBS? There it is. Okay. Okay. We're also about to hit the fucking ad break. God damn it. We're starting the ad break now. We're starting the ad break now. All right. Okily dokily. Hi, Dragon. How are you doing? All right. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I'm sorry I've been running back and forth. And it really means a lot that a lot of y'all are still staying here today. Are y'all having that much fun with the card game? Is that what it is? Is that what it is? Is it really enjoying the card game? Also, I need to remember to turn off the autopilot because then I can just click continue for y'all. There we go. All right. Wait, what is that flag? What was 44's flag? What the fuck? That was a weird as shit flag. Oh, I'm blocking some. 44, South Korea's 50. Chile's 49. C50? What is that flag? Oh, okay. So, yeah. 44 and 55. Okay. Okay. Greece was 30. Was that 35 and 56? I think I was wrong. I think I'm way off. Yeah. Wait. Is that 38 and 49? No. Mexico. I really feel like it's not showing like a whole bunch of the other ones. Oh my god, I am struggling. I am struggling. Okay, ow. The heck was that? That was muscle soreness, I'm pretty sure. Either that or my ribs cracked. Oh, we're gonna be one short. We're gonna be one short. No! Oh, damn it. All right. 30 seconds on ad break. I will put it away for now. It gives me enough time to like set the game back up and stuff. All right, put you away. Put you away. And then music's loud. Music's loud. I'm sorry. All right. All right. Let me pick myself up. Where's my jacket? Wait, I did the wrong thing. There we go. There we go. Bring you back. Cease the music. Game time. Game time, game time, game time. I'm waiting for it to load. I'm looking at a gray screen. All right. Where were we heading? We were going to Lucky Star. That's it. Yes. Yes, Lucky Star time. Room 2. That's it. All right. We need to do another. Do we need to do another lurk check? Lurk check? Are there? Oh, there are numbers. Okay, so this is 2. Huh. Okay, then. We're just gonna go on our happy way to the internet cafe. Arise, lurkers! Arise and ascend to your destiny. Anyway, it was here. Okay. Just to double check, is there a back door? No, there's not. Okay. Men's room. Okay. Wait, is there even a ladies' room? There's not, is there? Oh my god, there isn't. Of course there isn't. It's an internet cafe. Oh. Pretty slick custom build there, champ. Oh boy, here we go. Okay. Okay. Whew. Oh my god. Oh, I couldn't even see you there for a second, though. Why do they make jaguar noises? They also explode when I punch them. Oh, man. Oh, so the internet cafe makes smut videos. Okay, interesting. I just wanted to see what that block did. Laptop's not on. Okay. Where is this gonna connect to? Ooh. Okay then. Hi Sugar, how are you doing? Can I skip this? Can I lockpick it? 10? Oh man. DMP. There you are. Come on. You thought. I always thought it was funny, again. Also, okay, I can't feed on you. Oh, okay, this is the smut section. What the fuck? Okay. Hey, buddy.
Oh, Jesus, man, what the fuck is going on?
What's up, Meathead? Have a good night, Prey. Thank you for hanging out.
Slaughtered up. Oh, God. Noise, they'll hear us.
You're for DMP?
Yeah, I mean, no. Fuck it. Yeah, I'm with DMP. You 5-0?
Yes.
Yeah, I know, but we didn't.
Okay, that's why it was marked DMP. It's the Death Mask Productions.
Found it in the creepy house in the hills. We just copied it and put our names
I like having a vending machine. It's like that little bit on the side.
Worst thing I ever saw.
What goes down here? Parcheesi? What mansion? Where is it?
Please, just get me out of here. Oh, no.
Ah, oh, damn it. Alright. God, the screech that they make. Uh-oh. Alright. You coming in, bud? You're just gonna... Ooh. Complete horror tape. Okay. Oh, it opens inward. Ow, motherfucker. And you're sturdy. Use Blood Hill just because we can. Alright, I guess we're leaving the way we came in. More of you? Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay, we need a little bit of healing here. I'm waiting for it to regen a little bit. How do I raise the effectiveness of Blood Heal? To place some Parcheesi? No Parcheesi. Okay. We have a regular blood pack. We'll use that. That's fine. A Toreador with hands is so funny. For some reason to me. Where are those? Oh, they came out of there. Okay, they're coming from the vents. I was like, where are these guys even coming from? Hello? Yeah. All right, we are leaving. I suppose that also makes sense why they, 5 minutes, what the heck happened? Chaos. Chaos happened. We gotta go this way. This is the way to the jewelry store. True, it is an art. It is very much an art. Too bad I don't have a way to make my attacks aggravated. I'm pretty sure I don't. To be able to use my brawl. I had to cheat for the ending boss because I had nothing spec'd in guns and that's just plain not possible. Exactly.
Any luck?
The Marshall one.
Then this is no doubt the work of a fiend. Hand me the tape.
Okay, talk about Zimitzi.
Give us some insight into what its motives are.
Oh, okay, this is the beginning of the film. Oh, it has the weird tall statues. Ooh. Flesh wall.
Huh? What's that?
Oh god, they have buttholes? Okay, this is a very short film if that's what this is supposed to be. Because now we're up to date. Them both being on the bed is so funny, by the way. It's so funny. Melee Toreadors are just vampire Valkyries. Yeah. Sometimes it's easier to punch things when you're indoors as opposed to pulling out the...
The house in the tape. I know it. It's in the hills. King's Way, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh?
My guess is that the fiend that made this tape is using these creatures to hound the Nosferatu, which would explain their sudden absence.
Okay.
Trapped. Well, it's unfortunate that the prince needs you to see the Nosferatu, because it looks like this fiend knows how to get at them, and I doubt he's going to...
Did we do the
try
scene?
that
Which scene?
Looks like King's Way is your only way in, unfortunately.
Alrighty then.
Drop you off when you're ready. If I don't hear from the Nosferatu within the next few nights, I'll tell LaCroix he's going to need a new leading lady and march a few of my own troops up there. If I may give you one final word of warning, do not trust LaCroix. Do not play the damned politics of the Camarilla. This city hasn't needed them in a long time, and won't ever.
Who then should I
That's
trust?
for you to decide. I only know who you can't trust.
That is correct. All right, hold on. What other missions do we have right now? Is it just the King's Way one? Pisha. Huh. Okay. Let's go do... What stores have we unlocked recently? Do we need to go talk to the guy at the red spot, maybe? Probably need to get some ammo. Do we go back to Santa Monica to get some blood packs? Because I think we kind of need it. Wait. Aren't you... I swear that's the model for one of the Primogens that was in the office with LaCroix before.
The moon is out, everyone's in dreamland, and you've tuned
Hola.
into the deb of night. Nobody to fall asleep next
Okay,
to?
it's just ammo.
Go ahead and pull the radio.
We have 670, sure.
And hey, why don't you call me sometime? Area code 323-KL5-KTR.
Wait.
I wonder how they microwave burritos in the Middle Ages.
Oh god, the same guy's still in here.
Insects.
Okay.
Have an insect problem, or chirping crickets are keeping you up, or
Yeah, I think we're good on... Wait.
Help me out here.
No. Don't you know?
No.
When you fall asleep,
Cult Anaconda?
into your mouth or your ears or your nose. You can't prevent it if you're asleep.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. With the big iron on his hip. Alright, let's do... Real quick, we need to change this, the Glock, to the Colt Anaconda. Okay, No, we're gonna go to Santa Monica first.
Where to?
There's Kingsway, but we want to go to Santa Monica. We're gonna go to the health clinic and go buy some blood bags, and then we'll stop by. Actually, we'll stop by here first. We'll stop by here first and get some blood. You.
I missed you. Did you miss me?
Why, so it's the same taxi driver? Because it's Kane, obviously. Don't you know? Don't you know? All right, that'll be fine for now. And we'll go get some blood packs. We do have the Elder Vitae, but I almost don't want to use it. Trying to remember where the entrance is. Pretty sure it's here. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Down the stairs, right? Pretty sure. Through here. Excuse me. Vandal, where the fuck are you?
Need a fix?
Okay. 5 blood points. Oh god, that's expensive. We'll get like 3. Okay. That's fine. Thing is though, is I think we're gonna go in here and we are not gonna use... Kane lives! Yep. Lurk check. Alright, sound off. I need to see all the lurkers. All the people who haven't said anything in a while. Before we go to Kingsway, it's sound off time. Anyone there? Come on, boys. I know you're listening. I know you're tuning in.
Well, look at you.
Melifon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alright, we're going to Kingsway. Yoink. Peekaboo. Oh, I punched again. I heard that. I heard that swish. Okay. Do we... Cats! I just hear meow. Yeah, it's meowing. Okay. Oh, the windows are covered in tinfoil. There's a back door, front door. The house. Yes, it is the house. Okay, so there's several doors. Oh, the front door actually is not accessible. All right. Do we... Yeah, I think we do. I heard that sound. I can hear the flies. Am I missing something? Am I blind? I think I'm blind. Maybe I have to go through the front door? Oh. Yep, the vines. Okay. Hi, boys. Hello? I'm clicking. Why aren't you punching? My God, you were sturdy. That's a spine. Oh, Jesus. It's literally better to punch these guys, for me. This room's very normal-ish. Okay. Here, let's actually use... I feel like we're gonna end up having to use that Elder Vitae. Jesus, dude. Oh, hi. Okay. Oh. The hell? Was that me bumping the table? Fluent in hands? These hands rated E for everyone, baby. Sure, I'll take the fleshy ball, I guess. Also, is that one of those trimmings? Y'all know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, that's the front door. Those doors are coming down. I knew it! Bitch. Oh. Oh, no. It's our boy! Hi, Andre.
Hello, young
Also, it's Steve Blum again.
I see your face is not so lifeless.
The pegs in the wall, they're hairs. I think they're supposed to be hairs. Or like pores.
Tell me, child, is my appearance that frightening? Or is it my knowledge of you that is so unnerving?
I love him. I love him.
Oh, child of Cain, the sights in this haven pale in comparison to my ancestral estate. Comfort is a custom, and all of this artifice brings me closer to my home. Do not fear for my furniture, young one. Oh, yes, the tape. Merely a test. Certainly not intended to fall into mortal hands.
Shaped shaped like a vampire squid from hell? Kind of. I always considered like a triceratops head almost.
Mortal trickery and illusion. So did
the thing is, if we had the Sabbat mod downloaded, this was the point where we could technically turn on the Camarilla and join the Sabbats. What is going on down here? We'll try that.
Gouge out the eyes of the Camarilla. The sewers are clogged with my creations. I will kill or drive
Wood to hell with the cam? Yeah, we're gonna do that later if we
without the sewer
if we finish this campaign. Like when we still have like 10 days left. What's today? Today's the 9th? If we finish this, you know what? We may finish it today, chat. We may finish it today. I'm sorry, I can't let that happen.
Now, Camarilla,
okay.
Let me see you fight your nature in the face of those who have embraced their beast. Deny yourself Cain's gifts.
Can I just punch the shit out of him?
Asunder by my minions.
Yeah, we do still have to do that. Just his name is just marked as the Tzimisce. There you are. You missed. You get nothing! Good day, bitch! There he is. All right. He keeps getting stuck on the pillar. Come on, Andre. We could have talked this out. Come here, buddy. Eat my fucking fist. Or just take 0 damage for some reason. I fucked up. Wait, did he just die? Or did I just get 6 experience for drinking Elder Vitae? Oh, okay, no, it says I confronted him. Okay, I guess that's it. Altar of some kind. Okay, then. Yeah, he's down for now. But we got a 15 experience. What were we leveling up again? Does anybody remember? Intelligence? Yes, we were leveling up intelligence. And then... yeah, we're gonna spend that on presence. Okay. Alright, time for... one of my least favorite levels. Oh, right. Oh, good lord. Hey, buddy. Oh, man. Come back. How did that miss? There we go. Alright, what was this? Clipboard. Clipboard? Where is it? There it is. We have Los Angeles Water Department, spring 2004. Initial investigation into the report to the strange sightings in the LA sewers started today. Entered Quadrant 13. We'll move into both 14-15 later in the afternoon. Quadrant 13 seems normal. And then Tuesday, checked out, but heard unidentified noises at various points in both Quadrant 14 and 15. Called into dispatch to confirm the 2 other inspectors are working in the area. There are none. Coordinates noted. Investigation into 16 tomorrow. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Strange noises, undoubtedly some sort of animal heard again in Quadrant 16. I saw that they may have been the animal at the intersection of 63A, 64B. Could find nothing further investigating. There was strange prints in the mud at the edge of the corridor, almost hand-like. Difficult to make them out in the darkness. Prints found in corridor 73D. Disappeared into what looked like an entrance into an older part of the sewers. Called dispatch to see if they had blueprints of the older sewer section, but they didn't. Requested advice on how to proceed. Began investigation of the older part of the sewers this morning. Saw again what I believe to be an animal, although I don't know exactly how to classify it. Skin seems bare, almost reptilian. I can hear it constantly, almost as if it's following me. Although the echoes down here make it impossible to gauge distance. Can't seem to raise dispatch on the radio, so unable to check in. This is a smell that has been more and more pronounced as I travel further into the old sewers. Undoubtedly the carcass of an animal washed down here in the last big rain. Investigation continues. New York or else we'd have to deal with the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? No, we'd have to be dealing with the eldest instead of just Andrew. Undoubtedly lost. I may have traveled deeper into the old sewers. Something is following me. I know it. Can't reach the dispatch. Battery's running out on my flashlight. God help me. Saw a creature. Some sort of monstrosity. Teeth and blood. Can't get out. No more light. Can't reach anyone. Please, oh God, what in the fuck? The writing trails off splattered with looks of blood. Okay. Was not what I meant to pull out. Oh. Wait, is this an exit? No, it's not. It's definitely not an exit. Oh, shit. There we go. Dear Eye Auspex. Yeah, sure. Drop. Okay. That was where we were. You know what? Come here. Give me my Auspex blood bank. Okay. Wait. Oh, there's a lever. There's no drop down there. Ah, gotcha. It's like one of the only sections where you actually have to swim. Okay. Nice. Oh? Wait. There's nothing in here. Oh, wait. Never mind. That's another Ithaca. Damn. Thanks for all the ammo, bud. Okay. LA Sun, City Hall cover-up. Haunted sewers bricked over. Body never found. Ledger. This one. This looks to be a weekly log of Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Reports concerning the recent hauntings in the sewer system prompted the mayor to request a weekly log of operations. Log begins today. Nothing to note, although I will say that I find the stories to be unsubstantiated and ridiculous. In the lock to pick it? No, we have a lock pick. Those are the products of overactive, thoroughly soused imaginations. Nothing to report. Operations normal. Things have been hectic with recent rash of sightings in Sector 498, 499. Although most described as shadowy figures, the reports come from men whose word I trust. Discounting the usual stories about underground societies of displaced vagrants and rapid blind pets. Blind pets? I am at a loss to explain these observations. I will join the team tomorrow to see for myself what is going on. I've traveled with the team down to the section in question. I must admit that I saw and heard things that I could not explain. More than once, I heard the same whispers as described before. I chased what I thought to be a figure down the corridor, only to turn the corner and find myself facing a brick wall. What looked to be an older section of the sewers that had been sealed up. There's no one in sight, although I could have sworn I heard laughter echoing in the darkness around me. I'll be forced to report my findings to the mayor himself on Friday. All of us to silence concerning these new sightings, but his promises us an answer concerning a course of action within the week. Inquiries about the LADWP reports have met with strange resistance. It seems they have sealed for official reasons. Something is amiss down here. 475 through 500 will be sealed off permanently. Okay, I think this is the Warrens. I think this is 72. This is the creation of the Nosferatu Warrens. No further inquiry into the matter will be tolerated. I have a few connections to the front office. It seems that something like this has happened before. Something the city council doesn't want to become public. My contact said he couldn't say anymore, and that if I say anything to anyone, he would deny any knowledge whatsoever. Sewer sections closed tomorrow, and the city engineers have bricked up the corridors that lead to them. This office falls within section 482. It'll be closed as well. As no one has requested the ledgers, all materials and records concerning this will be left down here to rot with the ghost. Sorry about that, but as no official eyes will ever see this, I figured I could wax dramatic in this last day. Log closed. And there's the bricked up wall. Wait, did we just get a shortcut? Oh my god. That's the regular sewer. Okay, can't pick that one. Can't pick that one. No. This is... Yeah, this is the normal sewer under Hollywood. Which means this is a shortcut. Essentially just a shortcut into this section. Because I could have sworn that, like... Whoop. Okay. Yeah, apparently this Magnum is the start. Okay, so I was right thinking that there was more than one. Okay. Why are there so many of them? Okay, then. Ah, we still got 80 plus. All right, what is through here? Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We just cleaned out this entire section, so we can't actually go this way. Never mind. Where were they coming from? I don't think it reaches that far. That's fine. I don't like how dark that was. Wait, why does the game actually look better on stream right now than it does on my screen? That's so weird. What the fuck? The tunnel is so much darker on stream than it is on the other monitor. Oh, I think this is just going to be sealed. Interesting. Alright, if some chucklefuck shows up at the end of this tunnel, I'm gonna scream. Can you shoot the bars? No, you can shoot through the bars. We've shot through the bars a couple times. It's just that they're too far away. Magnum revolver of a Magnum dong. Oh my goodness. Alright. Let me see. Actually, chat, give me just a second. I'm just gonna go slump. I need to go check something really quick. It's only gonna take a couple seconds. Okie dokie. All right, chat, we're good. I just had to go check something. Because whoever came home, they've already left for the weekends, which means long stream day. Let's go. Long stream night. That just loops around the corner. That's for sneaking. Lurk check. All right, sound off, nerds. Who's hiding in the corners? Oh, hi. Hi, Free. Hi, Sunstar. Scotland! Forever! Anyway.
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival.
Who done did it?
Enjoy.
Who done did it? Geeky! Oh my god, Geeky! Ooh, Monster Hunter Wilds? What are you playing as? I need to know. What weapon? This is important. This is possibly the... Oh, hey, buddy. Damn it. Stop your frantic freaking out. Spaz. God. I'm glad these things are evidently deaf. Welcome in, the Raiders. How was your stream? Did you have a good time? Lance and Insect Glaive? Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, so there's something different we gotta do. Which I think is... How was your stream? Do you have a good time? Are you ready for VTM Bloodlines 2? Here, let's go try... Where was that nearest hole? It was this one, wasn't it? I mean, does this count as After Dark? I mean, we're at least gonna play until 7 my time, which is another 2 hours minimum. Thing is, though, is I haven't eaten today. Oh. Oh. Okay. For the Brits, get food. I just haven't had time to go get any. Oh my god. There we go. Is that a... No, okay, there's not a lever there. All right. You know what? Come here, Rat. Like some small Victorian child. I'm doing fine. I mean, for most of this stream, my stomach's been upset. Hellish Sewers? Yeah, we just made it past Andre. We are not long. Okay. But, oh, Jesus. Oh, we just got sucked into it. Okay. Where am I? Oh no, the blades! Not the blades! Hello? I have... Wait, is this the bug that we got that one time? Okay, no, we're just a terrible swimmer. Okay. Oh! You know what? Come here. All right, come on, bud. Oh, there's 2 of you down there. So these guys evidently don't have swim mechanics. Yeah, this is the bug zone. Yeah, I remember watching you play, and didn't you end up with like a problem with this area? I see you. It's also kind of a damn shame that, what was it? That they're... Oh, I'm brain farting. I don't think we can get up there without touching the blades. Let's do a quick save. That one's blocked. Hey, buddy. All right. Original version of the dungeon once. I refuse to do it again. Yeah. I don't remember for this part, though. Do we need to... Can I shoot those barrels? Oh, they just crumpled. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the other ends were also dead ends. Do I need to swim down this one? Is that what it is? Always use the shortcut? Which one's the shortcut? The way that I went? But it wouldn't let me through any of the other doors. Okay, I think I have to go swim down the other tunnel. I Actually, pre-ordered Bloodlines 2. Hell yeah, Jack. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're gonna be playing that when it comes out. We're doing this to get our like a little bit of vampire fix. Here, I'm pretty sure we need to just swim down this tunnel. Can I? God, it's the fucking slow. This game's like swim against the current mechanic is not good. So you end up with these. Oh, that doesn't look like there's anything down there. Okay, I don't think that's relevant then. No, we don't drown. We don't breathe. Vampires and Vampire the Masquerade. Don't oh, fuck. Okay. Works for me. Which means we're missing something. No? Okay. Had to unlock it in the... Wait, the PC was interactable? God damn it. God fucking damn it. Should I go back? Didn't I save around there? Sewer blades? Yeah. Is it up there? Do we have to get up there? Hi, Froakie. Oh my god, 2 years, 10 months, dude? Jesus. Yeah, they don't need to sleep. Well, they're forced technically into a sleep-like state. Well, more like corpse-like state, but it's technically sleep. Thing is, I'd have to go back in saves and figure out where that room is again. So was us opening that door and getting in there just... Here, let's do this real quick. Save. Oh, no. Save game. Save. Blades room. Okay. I don't know what to do here. I don't remember at all what to do here. Is there a button or something somewhere? Oh. Can I do this? There we go. Oh, come on. What the fuck? Huh? Oh my god. He's so weird, guys. Oh my god. Get up. Okay. F9. Yeah, that hurt my ears too. Jesus. Okay. Okay. Yeah, apparently I did. We have to swim down these. Oh, I knew it. Uh-oh. That's right. Fall in the hole, loser. What the fuck is that? What is that? Okay. Guess we gotta go down that one. Okay. What the heck? Why did it change my camera angle for a second? Hello. Ding dong. Okay, can't open that one. Why can't I open this one though? Hello? Wait, that's just water. It just stops. Wait, that's a bug. That's a bug. All right, hold on. No, we don't want to use that. So we want to use you. Come on. There we go. All right. Save this bitch. Oh, shit. It's spark. I feel like I'm gonna go over there and die. This one for sure, I'm probably gonna die. Right? Right? Okay, that doesn't do anything. Is this just a time thing? Do I just need to time it? Oh, get up the ladder. No, okay, it just hurts. It doesn't kill me. It doesn't do what the last thing does. That's fine. That's totally fine. What could go wrong? Well, there was the other electricity we saw, and it was basically guaranteed death. Oh, hey. Works. If you didn't have the lock picking, was there another way to get in here? Does it just demand that you have the lock picking? All right, can I do anything with you? No, I think I just need to go down the swim tunnel. Swim. Oh, no, that isn't open. Hold on. No, let me back up. Oh, no, I have to go that way. Oh, never mind. No, I cannot go. It's not flowing that way. No? 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 Can I not change the flow? I could have swore there was a way you could drain this floor. Chair, or not chair, computer. Wait, nozzle? Nope. Aha. Okay. Right, that should be enough. Yeah, there we go. See, now we're not being controlled. This is how you're supposed to be able to swim in this game. Okay. Reservoir 1. Okay. Man, this code is never gonna get clean again. Okay, so there's something else I gotta do back there, isn't there? Do I need to go, like, select one of the reservoirs to fill? While swimming on account of being dead? No. No, they do not. Although, if you do, you technically would get some buoyancy. Instead of just sinking like a stone. Alright, so... Gotta be another system, right? That's off, that's fine. Oh, computer. That's a usable computer. Pump 118A. Oh. Alright, we got 5 minutes until the ad break. Pumps res status. Okay, res 2 is on. Okay. Wait, that was 7? What is our hacking right now? 5. Fuck. Yeah, we can't raise it high enough to mess with the electricals. Flooded. Okay. That should be good. I think. Oh, nope. The flow is still on. Okay. Wait, doesn't that just unflood it then? It's still not. There we go. Maybe it's still flooded? I don't know. If the pump's turned off, is it just unflood? Maybe it does. Oh, okay. Okay. My coat's all messed up. Was Michael Phelps a vampire? No, Michael Phelps was a Rokia. He is a freaky fish man. Jesus Christ. Okay. I put 5 instead of 8. Bar music over this level? No, absolutely not. No way in hell. Also, the pipe's freaking out because the graphics are busted. Okay, so both of them are flooded now. But the pump is stuck on, and if I turn the pump off... Could I turn on the power? Do I need to go turn the power on again? So seemingly they're both flooded now. But if I turn the pumps off... Yeah, it stops flooding them. Let's try something. Hold on a second. This scare mirror is fun. Listen, it's fine. It's fine. That's why they're there. That's why they're there. The thing is though, when the pumps are on, I can't like swim down the tunnel, right? Or do I have to swim down the tunnel? Because as soon as I drop in, see? I quite literally cannot swim forward. Yeah. What am I missing? I'm confused now, and I need help. I need help. Like, that's a broken computer. That's normal, normal, normal. And this is telling me things that I can do. But... Electrical I can't get into, but I feel like it's just... Right? We haven't found a password, have we? 4 letters? Password, 4 letters. If they wanted me to find it, it would be around here somewhere. Anyone? Anybody know? Oh, ad break. All right. Let me get y'all the game. Oh, what the heck? Okay. I will be back in a minute. I'm going to go find something to nibble on because I'm hungry. And I will see you in a couple minutes. Don't burn anything down. Also, lurk check. All right. Okay. I had some spoonfuls of refried beans that I found in the fridge. I'll get something to eat later. It'll be fine. Let me turn the music down. There we go. There we go. All right. Lurk rockin'. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. But you're supposed to be finding matches. Nobody wants the matches anymore. Dynamites. Oh no. All right. Lurk in the murk. Maybe. Maybe. All right, let me check some things while we're waiting for this one round to end. Okay. Okay. Oh my god. Oh goodness. All right, I'm gonna break out my dead skin scrubber later tonight. Okay, now it's syncing. I was like, what? This round is taking a long time. Sunstar with the carry. Sunstar with the carry. All right. Let me go over to my corner. Yes, excellent. Excellent. This is my corner. There are many like it, but this one is mine. All right. All right. Back to the game. I have to wait for the gray screen to go away. There we go. Eesh. Okay, what am I doing? I'm still confused. If I turn it off, then I can't get up either of the reservoirs. Right? Turn it off. Fuck it. You can't, neither of y'all can keep casting spontaneous combustion, okay? You gotta calm your tits. Like, I don't think I noticed anything out of the usual. But, like, I can't go down this. Like, Reservoir had the error, said it was broken. For some reason. But no matter what I do... Wheel of Punishment, Grebos! Come on! Alright. Wheel of Punishment, Wheel of Punishment, Wheel of Punishments. Spin, spin, spin tells us to sin, we will win. And thigh slaps. Almost live record a script. But no, you got thigh slaps. Alright, hold on. Yeah. Gotta reposition myself and rotate. Alright. You want calm tits? You're gonna put in the work? Oh my god, sugar tits. Whatever you say, sugar tits. Alright, let's put you away. Bring back the game. I have to wait through the gray loading screen. Okay. But yeah, this is 2. Which again, they're both visually wrong. Or visually identical. And the error makes me think that when I turn the pump on, it actually only floods Reservoir 2. But now I'm confused. How the fuck does this work? It's like, there's nothing down there. But I don't understand. Again, I'm kind of hoping for somebody who knows what I'm supposed to do to help. But... So they're flooded. They're flooded now. The pumps, I guess, are constantly going. I'm confused! Because now if I go in, like these things don't move, but if I go in, I get stuck. Oh. It's so funny to me that the pallets are not affected at all by the currents. Fine, you can stay there. What are you? That's literally a master lock. Is not one of my autisms? Damn it, Sugar. Damn it. We know what your autisms are. We've seen your autisms. We respect your autisms. I skipped this whole section. Use console commands to click through the walls. Ugh. Yeah, I need to use another master lock to get through here, or... Damn it. Maybe that isn't the master lock I've been lying to. Am I gonna have to look this one up? Because I am confused. There's no other things. Error and flooded. Left eye goes a little duppy? What do you mean dup? Oh, you mean how it like droops down a little bit? Someone get a lawyer? A lawyer? A lawer? Oh, all right, hold on. We're gonna have to look this up because nobody knows how to do it. I'm lost. Maybe I should have gone through that shortcut that we found in Reservoir 1. It doesn't look like it. They look virtually the same. Okay, how the fuck do I do this? Everyone else's trick is to turn them off, back on, and run as fast as you can into the water? What? I like to turn on blood buff as soon as I hit the water just to juice myself up in the water against the currents. Huh? Is it literally just a race? Okay, I guess. So... Hold on, let me look at that again. Okay, off and then back on. Okay. So turn it off, let it reset. And then and we fucking hoof it. No, come on. Okay, this is stupid. No, 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 come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Whew. There we go. There we go. This way. So it literally is just a fucking speed run situation. Oh my god, the camera's freaking out. Oh. Okay. Whee! Oh, Jesus. Nailed the landing. Nailed the landing. Ooh. Why are you walking? Oh, it slows me. Okay.
Yep, that's me.
Okay.
You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
That worked. That worked. No problem. No problem whatsoever. Baron's got a gun. Do-do-do-do. There's a little guy down there. All right, come on. Woo! I'm glad y'all are really dumb. Thing is, we're getting low on ammo. Hello. Come here. Oh! Motherfucker. No! No! Whoa. Oh my god, seriously? Any more? Excuse you. Any more? We good? I have a lock to pick, please and thank you. Control Station 3. Is that just delayed footsteps? Huh? Chunk, no! Fuck, I know where this is. I know what this is about to be, I'm pretty sure. Fuck! Thanks, I hate it. Hi, Starry, how are you doing? Oh, Jesus. Where's my fucking pistol?
Come on, let's step into the macabre halls of the Dark Carnival. And please,
Prometheus, welcome in! How was your stream? That worked out great. Okay. We're down to 8 bullets, though. You know, I probably actually might have been able to beat the shit out of it. I really get nothing for that boss fight. I'm pretty sure I didn't get any experience. I didn't get any experience. I better get like 12 experience at the end of this fucking hellhole. That's a Nosferatu. Oh, there's a box over here. Ammo? Ammo? Yes! Give me. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. They didn't give me any ammo for this gun, though. Fuck! Okay, we came in there. Right? Hello? Am I missing something? I don't think I need to jump down. It'd be kind of funny. True, I do not. Too bad I can't loot anything from these guys. Oh, it's one of the CDC dudes. Is it you? No? No, can't pull you off. Okay. Is there a hole somewhere? I mean, besides this end? Ah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I should have taken the shortcut, dude. Because if I remember correctly, that boss we just fought also just now becomes a normal enemy going forward. Doesn't it? Whew, thought I missed that for a second. Okay. Ow. Ow. Come here, rats. Let's see how well this Glock works on these guys. It has very crumb accuracy, but that's fine. Because we have a lot of ammo for it, and it has decent fire rate. Okay. You get nothing. Good day, sir. Make Shlaka? No, she's not. You have to have, like, what is it? I'm pretty sure it's Protean and Vicissitude, like 6 to make a Slotka. Come on. Here we go. Missed. Okay. See what I'm talking about? There's one of those big motherfuckers right there. Can you tell its frame rate's busted? Ow. Where's my... There it is. Oh, damn it. Their health is already so low. I did not mean to swap guns. You. Alright, where are the rats? There's a bunch over here. I want to top up on as much blood as I can right now, because now those things are going to be all over the place. Clearing my throat of film? Listen, maybe. It's just sad that they only give us 1 point of blood each. Yeah, we got the blicky. And And I suspect that we're gonna come to one of these corners and one of those big fucks is gonna be here again. You know, we could actually probably just start using some shotgun ammo. There's no more rats.
Step inside.
Oh. Chibi Mothshroom, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How was your stream? No, why did I say how was your stream? That was a raid earlier. You know what? Actually. Oh, SEC 41. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh, you're joking. God, I hate this maze. I feel like I need to go lower. Should I go lower?
Well, look at you.
Hello. Rago, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm sure the maze loves you. The maze always loves every player that makes it here. Oh my god, you're not loaded? Why aren't you loaded? Oh my god, load faster. I'm pretty sure I did not shoot 5 bullets. Oh, it's bugs. It's bugs. Oh my god. Yeah, there's a lot of saggy wobblers going on in this game. And they seem to have the same level of experience. Also, hold on, let's do this real quick until we get more ammo for the Anaconda. We'll swap to the Glock. Oh, hi. I was saying, this is one of the things too, is I think there was something about the sewers, them wanting to have other enemies. Also, where did he get all of these victims? Yeah, but his health better not be fucking resetting. Okay, it's not. And again, there's no rats down here. Oh, there's some rats. Come here. Okay. Why won't you die? We're also really going through our shotgun ammo. Casting gun always solves problems. Yeah, it usually does. Oh, hey, buddy. No? Go looking elsewhere for things. Oh! That's Nosferatu. Oh, I thought something just walked up behind me. Me. Wait, did he die? He better not have just died. Oh, shit. Passkey. Okay. I cast Magus Dumpus? Oh, no. Oh, shit. He has like a magic skull in his hand. It's very funny that these huge dudes are supposed to be ranged characters. Okay, then. Okay, hold on. Where's that pass key? This one. Swipe key, waterworks, access key. Okay, so there's got to be something else around here, because these are both dead ends, right? He came from this way. Yeah, that's just, those are just empty rooms. Meant to look like something. And then the other side's the same. Was this the way we came from? I think it was. Maybe? 2 hours? It felt like I slept 2 years? Was it good? This was where we shot the one that was hiding around the corner, right? I think we wanted to go down, didn't we?
Well, look at you.
Yahim Love, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Yeah, this is a maze. This is literally like the worst, the most long fucking section of this game. Oh, there you are. Shotgun's ass, dude. Literally, our Magnum deals more damage. Ow, that's fine. That's not so fine. Okay, that's better. Free stream streak. Thank you, Corvo.
Step inside. Step
Oh,
inside.
Jesus. Hello? Do a heal real quick, and then we'll eat some rats. Oh, wait, where did that one go? He just disappeared. Oh, there he is. No, I got turned around. For the developers to design. The thing is, though, they did this like last second. This map is not finished. Oh, what the hell? Yum. Oh, the freaking out. Okay, it does not like ramps. Typical Source Engine shenanigans. Hi, Ronan. Oh, shit. I have confused the creature. That works. Okay. Okay. Fuck. Are you serious? Oh, man. A fatal error has occurred. You should be panicking now. At 9/31/2004, the system will now explode. It is now safe for you to go to your happy place. Press any key to help others learn to read. Control, control, control to donate money to me. You know the computer will soon take over. Why fight it? Fire the missile! Okay. There's just like steps going down. Okay. Whee! Splash. I did the whole game without blood heal because they configured unofficial patch wrong. I would be so screwed. Okay. Hello. Hi, GB. How are you doing? Evie. Hello. Hello. Getty. Oh, Getty. Is this a breeding pool? Sinbin. I don't. Nope. Busly, I do not want to. I don't think I want to jump down there. The Lucky Star sign. Are they stealing the signs just all around Hollywood? Uh-oh. That's not good. The fact that this entire pool is also red is not good. All right, Gary. Where's your fucking swanky room? Hello. Christ, dude. Oh, hi. I know this dude.
What the? Well, you did not just try and run a trace on me.
How long do you think it's going to take him?
Take that. Oh, yeah. I hope you backed up that server tonight. Boss is going to be real pissed when his mom starts getting love letters from porn sites.
Okay.
What? Oh, yeah, hold on a sec. Oh my god. Are you kidding me? What are you using for security down
Oh god,
there?
a nerdy Nosferatu. It's over. It's so Jover. It's so Jover.
This is too easy. I'd let you off the hook, but stupidity always brings out the asshole.
Turn around and talk to me!
Alright, yeah.
Oh my god.
No, nothing to worry about. Just a harmless email. Not a self-replicating embedded virus or anything.
The talking to yourself while you're doing legally dubious things is kind of funny.
Freaking idiot just opens it.
Also made it at a time when the game updates weren't completely commonplace. Yes, the game.
Oh yeah, sorry. The name's Mitnip. I'm in charge of computer systems, network security, that kind of thing. You're the new kid, right? LaCroix's girl. Surprised
How do you know about me? I haven't even talked to Gary yet. I'm looking for Gary.
Yeah, he knows why you're here. LaCroix must be pissed. But I hope you're not here looking for some payback. LaCroix knows better than to mess with Gary, sheriff or no sheriff.
I'm just here to talk.
He's just down the hall. You'll probably find him there. Or maybe he'll find you.
What other info can I get from you? Okay, never mind then. Just the very normal questions. Oh shit. Okay, we'll talk to her.
Bitch, I can't believe she got the cover of Glamourella this month.
What you talking about?
Just look at her. Too fat, big teeth in her complexion.
Hello, Hardtuck.
She wash her face
Lurk
with
check.
a cheese grater.
Chat, it's lurk check time. If you're listening, you have to say something in chat. You're legally obligated. Or Sunstar is gonna get the gun.
I mean, like anyone ever knew who Tawny Sessions was before I left the scene. She'd still be
Oh, right. She's a Cleopatra. That's right. Stop. Oh, my God. Sunstar just sipping on juice over there. Sunstar, that's not the gun. Go get the gun. Who the hell is Tawny Sessions?
Sessions is a wannabe face girl with no talent whatsoever and scabby little knees.
Scabby knees? Okay, that's a weird way to put it.
Before I got here, she would have had a hard time making the catalog for Jean.
I know there's more of you than that. Stop moving! Who are you, by the way?
Right. You probably don't recognize me with this whole Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing I've got going on here. My name is Emalia.
Didn't we see a poster of her earlier in this playthrough? Okay.
Before this neat little makeover, I used to be a model. I was all over the place. TV.
Yeah, because Nosferatu will turn people just because they are really pretty and really vain.
And I knew it, which is why Gary
Just trying to clip the emote in here. Oh my goodness. Four.
Nosferatu have a sixth sense of humor.
Okay, yeah, it does explain the Cleopatra thing. Oh, they're very petty shits.
Have an overabundance of vanity and need to be taught an important life lesson.
I see. So what happened?
Just won Guy Magazine's the most ridiculously hot chick in the known universe award.
I don't
When
believe that
came
for a
home
goddamn
after the
second.
Ceremony, lo and behold, Gary was sitting there on my couch with a martini in his hand. You fill in the blanks.
That was obviously a fake award. Are you serious? So have you learned your life lesson?
Life is a cold-hearted bitch, so now I get to be one too. You get that? You need to write
That
it
is
down.
that is not the lesson. That is Tawny Sessions. Why not just kill her?
That's too quick and painless. I want to ruin her name in the business for good. I want to dig up something on her that smells so bad even the tabloids will think twice about printing it.
Oh. So what's stopping
Gary
you?
says that everyone has to lay
I mean, it
low
could
until
be.
this thing with the prince cools down. Until
Mayhaps.
then, I'm stuck here watching the whole world kiss Tawny's big fat ass.
Oh, right. This is 2004. This is kind of still the up and coming of everybody loves fat asses. What do you need? I'm just here to get a side mission. I want the side mission.
One in her bedroom, one in her bathroom, and one in her kitchen. I'm sure you'll see good places to hide them once you're there.
Okay.
Once the cameras are in place, you'll need to hook them up to the network. Log into her computer using the password Cleopatra.
Of course.
From there, you'll be able to activate the cameras.
Okay.
I'll definitely make it worth your while if you do it right.
This one didn't learn to cast guns, shaking my head.
I want her to
Aw, man.
get in and get out without her knowing about it. Understand?
Can't believe you've never experienced fat ass before. Fine, I'll do it.
Will? Great. Here are the cameras. She lives in Hollywood, an apartment building right across from the Lucky Star.
Okay, so now we'll be able to go to that apartment building.
A spare key to her apartment for me. Take that too.
Okay. Sure. Why not? I thought we had to talk to Gary first before we could start taking those missions. That's not a real door. Are you a real door? Hello? You are a storage unit. Blood. Blue blood. Hell yeah. Okay, that's the one we just went into. Where was the other one? This one. Hello? The Chinese door, really? That's dead rats. I wonder if that Auspex. Not allowed here. Oh, damn it. All right.
By the clack smack cracking of my thumbs,
It's Gary.
something
It's the
wicked
best
this
boy.
way comes. I don't remember seeing you on the guest list for the dinner party. We're having
Does
a
this game have pretty girls? If you count the graphics, if you can ignore the graphics, yes, definitely.
boss.
2 experience. I'm so pissed. That was what? Almost 2 hours of just trudging.
Maybe I'm in your head.
The voices!
Uh-oh. You might have picked up one of those psychoses so common to new kindred.
I just need to talk to
We
you.
are talking, but you aren't listening, boss.
1 experience per hour. It just. Well, it doesn't help that we got like almost 30 experience in the like hour before.
You're used to getting what you want, aren't you, lovely? People just love your charisma, your face. They eat your words up like the rats eat the cheese in the trap.
Gary, I'm not here to demean you. I'm just here to talk. Where's the sarcophagus? Who are you?
Maybe I'm a ghost. Oh, come on. Don't tell me you just stumbled down here. What I need to know is why you're here.
I mean, mayhaps. Mayhaps.
I'm over here, boss. Wait, maybe I'm over here. with a hatchet in my hand. Or did you ever stop to think that your fear, if given a voice, would sound like this?
Gary, you're not that intimidating. What do you want?
I want to stick your lovely face in a piranha tank. I want to apply an acid glaze to your sculptured body. I want to
MMOs be like, sometimes I do feel like that though.
But I'm no butcher, boss.
Don't ask how I'm doing or I'll cry. Have you considered having delicious food?
You don't say. Wake up, boss. Who do you think you're dealing with? Why else would LaCroix send you on this snipe hunt? Oh, that's right. I know you work for the prince.
Yeah. Why did you ask then?
Because I like the sound of my own voice.
You know, if I was Gary Golden, I would probably like the sound of my own voice too.
I needed to hear it from you. You're a long way from home, and neither the prince nor Isaac...
I literally can't turn the camera. I just get this weird angle looking at the top of that bookcase.
Tread carefully. You should have got here sooner. That lot's been sold.
What do you mean it's been sold? So you did steal it?
I like to discuss business face to face. Are you sure, boss? You don't want my image in your subconscious. It's the stuff.
Gary, you are very handsome compared to a lot of... Like, basically all of the Sabat that I've seen so far are uglier than you. The suspense is killing me.
Careful what you wish for. You just might get it. Behind you, boss. Whoa.
Hi, Gary. That's the only option we get. You are the most offensive and obscene thing I've ever seen.
On guard, Toreador. You vainglorious, narcissistic poser. How I loathe that determination of your kind to belie your true nature with Paris fashions and pomp.
In my defense, I'm wearing a fur coat that I bought at a gas station.
Shadows. Start acting like one. What? You don't recognize me from the pictures?
Gorgeous Gary Golden?
Gary Golden? Don't tell me you missed Pirate Town or Tap Hotel. Little before your time, eh, boss? Well,
he do know his words.
It's a long past. Nowadays, it's just Gary.
I mean, this is a man who was a massive star from vaudeville into the picture shows. He's blinded.
Where did it go? That thing seems to get around more than Mae West. Why, might I ask, should I give you that information?
3.
Oh, my hero.
Oh, that's right. We had the picture. We had that picture from so long ago.
Searching under rocks for us. It was hardly a favor, but I know where your prince's prize is. There's very little that doesn't leak down into this place. Tell me, boss, you ever gone up against a Kuei Jin?
What the fuck is a Kuei Jin? Oh, thank God I get to ask that.
Are vampires, but not like Kindred. Sometimes known as the vampires of the East. But they ain't kin, boss. They're just someone else that, if you ain't being careful, might give you the final death.
He looks as if Agent 47 was a vampire. Exactly. Tell me more.
Even for old Gary, there ain't much more to tell. You see, I sent an agent, Barabbas, to snoop around Chinatown.
Oh, we're already going to Chinatown? I feel like we haven't done much in Hollywood.
But he hasn't been calling lately, and it's breaking my heart.
I see. Go on.
You up for a little trip to Chinatown? You're in no danger there. Me? Best you don't mention my name there, boss. That's the going rate for my info right now. Chum back from Chinatown. I'll give you what you need.
Deal.
The Golden Temple in Chinatown. It's a piss-poor copy of a real place. Looks like it'd be more at home in a theme park. That I saw.
Quentin, the land of opium dragons? No.
They call her Ming Zhao. Sounds dangerous? No, this ain't a suicide mission, boss. You'll be more of a curiosity than a threat.
Talk to Zhao, ask her where my boy is, and get him back. Once he's safe, I'll tell you everything you need to know about the sarcophagus.
All right. All right. Got anything I can use to protect myself?
I got. For one of your kind, it ain't gonna be cheap.
Oh, just a blood pack? Damn it.
That thing behind that pretty face of yours is called a brain. If you want to survive in Chinatown,
Damn it. I was hoping he was going to give me another, like, permanent buff item or something.
You could just use your pocket mirror to blind them.
Damn it. Aren't they at war?
Not that I know of. It's like the eye of the hurricane right now. Don't make those winds blow, boss.
Why don't you go yourself?
Forget it, boss. It's Chinatown.
Okay.
Of course. What kind of a monster do you take me for? There is a method to my madness, boss. There's a payphone in Chinatown. I'll call you with the info once Barabbas is safe. Until then, you'll never know where I am.
We're caitiff at best. We're not a caitiff. Okay. Can I go back here? Hello. Is this where I'm going to find out the shortcut is? Oh, where's it taking me? Let's also make sure we save. Ladder. Oh. Oh. Wait. I'm so upset. This is where we walked in because I saw the bones on the ground. I was like, oh, this looks like something for some reason. Oh, well. Rackle fraggle. All right, let's go. Where do we want to go? We want to go to the apartments? Yeah, I think we're going to go to the apartments. I do kind of wish that they had made fast travel available between the Warrens. If there's a mod that gives you what is effectively like free fast travel to just like open a map and be like, take me to the Warrens. I bet you would get tons of downloads for that. Froggle Roggle. Is it because I just say the Rackle Fraggle? Okay, so apart from the Lucky Star, which is over there. Actually, we're gonna go buy some ammo. We need to go buy more ammo for a revolver.
Deb's back, and she's got a fresh cup of coffee ready to take it.
Hola.
In case you didn't know,
Which is...
into the Deb of Night on KTRK. I'm your lovely.
Wait, why is it... Why is it in red? Is it telling you because it's expensive?
Send any more drawings.
That's fine.
The lines are all full, so why don't I provide some release? Line 3, you're speaking to me.
Actually, we can sell our...
And what have you
I can't sell it.
Tonight,
wait, why can't I sell it? Oh, man. I still don't know what to do with this ball.
Touche.
Oh, wait, I still have the photo of the Nosferatu. I didn't give it to him. Weird.
You ever think, like, all the world is one big video game and we are all characters in it? Whoa, that's like deep, man.
Okay, so like I figured this out, right? Okay, so if we want peace in the Mideast, think about it. What makes people peaceful? Smoking the Sinsamilla. What brings people together?
Yeah, y'all hear the guy in the background, right? But what if we're all just video game characters? Crazy shit. Okay. This one? Okay, that's fine. Whew. We do not have a lot of money right now. Spread the word of Canaanite sensitivity? You mean sensitivity? Wait, no. I got turned around. Brokey season? Yeah, it's almost always brokey season over here. It's always a no money kind of season. But there's nobody at home, so I'm thinking... This one? Excellent. Excellent. Oh? 9 lives? Okay, that's the Ash Rivers one. Did you tell us which room it is?
Step inside, step inside.
Okay. Oh!
Don't move.
Hi. I think that's her. Are you not gonna... Oh, hi. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to be seen. I just didn't know this was the apartment. What is with the makeup of this building? This way.
Hey, sorry, I'm afraid I can't help.
Okay. Go in here. It already says I was at 100. Also, hold on. How much? 4 experience? Where's our stealth? Fuck yeah, give me that stealth increase. Gun is a very strong spell. Oh shit.
Who's there?
Oh, come on. Again, it feels like this game was overlooking. The thing is, we don't want to kill these people because we're trying to basically prank them. Because we're trying to get in here so we can put cameras in. Oh, come on! What was that? What was that weird ass 180?
Step inside, step inside.
Moonlight Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. How are you doing? Oh, the stealth in this game usually sucks unless you're playing a clan that has obfuscate. In which case you basically just get away for free. Looks and smells like poo? Fuck no! That game looks great. Are you high? Fuck no. I'm excited for that game. That's why we're playing this one. Oh, come on! Are you serious? How? He was just answering a phone. I hate it here. I hate it here. It's not exactly like the original. I don't want it to be like the original. This game sucks. The sad thing is, like, I don't know why they made this game have stealth and not give you a non-lethal option. Why do you have a gun out? Two people in a tiny ass apartment that has really good line of sight areas. I always the rat wolf. Why does the rat wolf have a pistol? I don't have stealth-free. I do not have the experience for stealth-free. We do have sneaking 4 though. Our total is sneaking 4. Wait a second. Hold on. I know another thing we need to do. We need to swap our armor because the armor we're wearing right now reduces our dexterity. Yeah, so see now our sneaking's up to 5. Made myself while pissing? That just makes me think of that one guy that like stuck his gun in his soup.
Hey, hold on.
Do I need to bite him? Is that what I need to do? Do I need to put him into a stupor? Let's see if I can feed on her.
Wait, stop right there.
Literally failed. Could not bite her. Oh, ad break. All right. All right, hold your horses. We'll get the new game going. Don't worry. All right. I am not going to go anywhere. Well, I'm going to at least slide over. That's the least I could do to at least get out of y'all's way. This game's actually a little more important to have me not blocking any of the way. Actually, my water is bone dry. I'm going to go get more water. I'll be back in just a second. I'm just going to go slump. Okay. Sorry, I had to pet Coco too while I was up and about. It was important, okay? Self-boosting blood magic. Blood buff does raise our dexterity, so maybe? All right, we got 10 seconds. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the music. Put the game away. Move myself back. And by the time that we do all this, the ad break's going to be over if it's not already by the time I'm saying this. All right. We could technically use the blood buff to try and sneak through, I think. Let me double check. We'll go check the character sheet. So dexterity. does apply to sneaking. Also, we need to change our outfit again. Shit. Come on. Doesn't it? It could work. Are you coming out or not?
Hey,
are you
right there.
serious? He went into the bathroom last time again. Why? Why? I guess it's random. The thing is though, is he came through that doorway and then immediately did a fucking 90-degree turn and looked right at me. He's pulled that gun out. Move, fucker! That's fine. That's not fine. How that worked, I have no idea. That was a pretty fast phone call there, champ. Fuck, why didn't... Oh. Okay. Oh, for sure. That's like the one that's under the bathroom sink. Like, that's also noticeable as fuck. All right, I'm going to follow him in when he goes to take a piss. Oh. Oh, that's why.
And witnesses are no more credible than those that report UFOs. Freak Sandstorm.
Oh, fuck, he's on the couch. Oh, there's the computer. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, hold on. We're gonna have to use the blood bag. Not that one. This one. Okay. Nice try, 7-Eleven. Hi, Bardic. I'm doing good. We're doing a frustrating mission. Is he going to stay there the whole time? I did save. I've been saving. I've been saving as we did this. Almost every time I've hid behind this blind, I've saved. Okay, he's gotten up. Phone call? Yeah, phone call. Okay. So we should go into the bathroom after this. When he goes into the bathroom, we'll leave. Why does he kick the door in? Snailed it. Snailed it. Not even close. Not even close. All right. Just another thing to feel manly? That's a weird way to feel manly. All right. I guess we gotta go all the way back and talk to the lady. So let's go do that. Can we cast gun now? I don't think we have a gun mission right now. Yeah, nailed it while Mission Impossible music was going. I think that really adds to it. All right. Was this is the shortcut you were talking about, right? If you just knew it existed, you could have just skipped all that. Is Hectic still listening? Or anybody that like knew that this was a shortcut? Can you have gone through the shortcut at any point? We're playing a Toreador. We are playing a very fisty Toreador. No, and I did not mean feisty. She's very fisty. All right. We're going back to Amalia. Wasn't there something with it? No, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll check our quest log after this. Excuse me, Gary. Anyway. Fisty as in punches? Yes, it's punches. You should know that, Sunstar. You've been here the whole time. Also, I love seeing you have allorable emotes. Was it this door? Yes.
Did you
it's been 5 minutes.
Can you believe it? After the story hit the tabloids, she swallowed half a bottle of Valium and washed it down with a fifth of gin. It couldn't have been more perfect.
Who are you looking at?
Here, you definitely earned it.
Yes. How much money did I get? Humanity law. Fuck. Worth it. $400 is worth it. All right. Yeah, the thing was, like, I didn't know that she was gonna, like, kill herself. That's not fair. I thought she was just gonna get, like, bullied or some shit. Humanity's lost, but $400 is $400. Exactly. Money for humanity? That sounds exactly right. That is 100% correct. Listen, this is $400 in 2004. This was when burgers and shit. Oh, Jesus. Come on, let me up. This is when burgers were still like dollars. Like singular dollar. Never caused anyone to die. That's not what I'm saying. That just was not the result I was expecting after leaving 5 minutes ago. After being in her place, then leaving, and then walking here immediately, I expected her to just be like watching and just be like, it's so funny. She apparently dates this really or like crime lord or like drug dealer or something. So you need even less money? Wait, which part? Question mark? Cheeseburger. Hamburger. All right, hold on. We had some other stuff. What else do we have? Looking for Barabbas. Okay, yeah, we need to go talk to Isaac, which is the other side. Hunter the Reckoning, Vampire the Masquerade. Vampire the Masquerade. Through and through. It's a way better system than Hunter the Reckoning. It's a little more fun. But I can understand some people after they've gone through Vampire enough, running to like swap it up or have like a human. Tia Brick! Tia, how are you doing? What trouble are you getting into? Yoink. Yes, I would just go for the 20th anniversary one. You can find it free online if you need to.
An impressive achievement, young Toreador. Someone of your character doesn't come in here every night.
I know I'm the best. Thank you for noticing.
It's not much. Just my way of letting
Double
you know
cheeseburger, hold the pickles. No, I want the pickles.
Appreciates your service. I'm glad to see the blood of my clan has found its way into the right people. Hopefully you won't spill it foolishly.
Wait, are you Toreador too?
Display of fealty for that damned LaCroix. Come by in a little while. I should have something for you then.
We're gonna have a 30-year-old keyboard, and Jesus fucking Christ, we've come so far. Really? I'd engage in Diablo if I was a vampire. Non-stop? What do you mean non-stop?
Certainly.
Anything else I can do with this city?
Something, but fuck. Gargoyle. I can see that's got your attention.
Okay.
It's taken up residence in my beloved Asian theater. It is closed now, but that's beside the point. I sent some people to evict it, and it sent them back with a few less.
I think his chin, his jaw is way too big to be a bush. How do I deal with a gargoyle?
A walking block of stone with a taste for blood. I'd suggest whatever method doesn't result in you being eviscerated. In truth, I'd rather have it as an ally, but I doubt it's going to be chatty. Here's the key for the theater. I'll leave it up to you. Certainly.
All right, I think that's it. All right, let's go do this. I think we can do this. I think we can smooth talk our way through this mission. Until I become Cain? Sure. Sure. I'd hate to tell you though, but that's not gonna work. You could Diablo, let's say you start at Generation 12 and you start Diablo-rising as much as you can. Every time you do it, you are not only incentivizing the entirety of the Camarilla to basically end your existence, you are also risking... Yeah, you gotta get through 3 and 4, let alone 5 and 6. Every time you do it, you are going to have a... I went the wrong direction. Have to have a battle of the fucking wills every single time, and every single time it is going to get harder. Eventually, somebody is going to take over your body. You will not survive to Diablo-rise up to Cain. It's probably not even possible to Diablo-rise Cain, because Cain will just take over whoever's body that you take. That tries to nibble on his ass. Actually, I don't think he can even die, because he has the Mark of Cain. Which just means... Here, we're going to save out here. Which just means that he always... What is it? He returns all the damage he takes 7-fold. All right, here we go. Hey, big man. I really don't want to fight you. Please don't make me fight you.
Kindred Invader, monster, I will smash you, crush you, tear the flesh from your bones.
Nibbles? Do not nibbles. Hold on.
No. Always kindred are talking.
Yeah, for some reason the gargoyle in this game is very ape-like and wears Chinese armor.
Monsters you all.
And he's way bigger. So technically, this is not the same gargoyle as like the gargoyle bloodlines. So I always thought it was weird that this is what they made him look like. I have an offer from Isaac.
Offer? What offer? Yet another lie. He hopes to control me, to enslave me, just as my master.
And use the power of God. You can get true faith. True faith is a possibility. Vampires, though, it's extremely rare. And I don't think there's any vampire that has above True Faith 5. Once you get above True Faith 5, you can literally like start performing miracles. Believe me.
What is this? Another devilish trick? Am I to trade one chain for another?
The Kong's got a funny face. No.
Instead of my old master. Never.
I'll go with 2.
Camarilla.
Oh, if we tell him he's gonna go up against the Tremere, he'd probably be really happy. Miracles are even more based than becoming Cain. Could be. They're in charge these days. Let's go with 4. Hi, Ghost God King. Welcome in.
Fights against his own kind.
Oh, you know what would make my day really good is if I got pizza after stream. Oh, it's probably gonna end up being cheap pizza. I'm probably gonna have to go with Domino's because I don't got much money. I don't got much food money. I'm fine with getting Domino's. Domino's is okay. Wait, but as long as he takes him to consolidate his own power, no. He fights against those who made you slaves. Yes, that's the one we need. Against the Tremere.
The Tremere. Hate them above all your kind, I do. Secrecy.
Pizza-tearing?
Betrayal.
That's not a word I've heard before.
Damn to hell are all of you.
Cheap pizza, how could this happen? It happens, fine. Hold on. Yes, Isaac needs your help to eradicate their curse once and for all. Wow, it really does give us the option throughout this entire time. Put $1 in the jar, chat? No. Oh, pizza stuff. Okay, that's what I figured it was, but I've just never heard it.
Camarilla. Lifeless demon he may be, but I swear to fight at his side.
It's very funny that you call him soulless, even though you are technically also a vampire. Just far more horrendous than the rest of us.
Yes. Now leave me. This theater is my domain, and I seek the peace of solitude.
Okay. Sam, told you we could handle it by talking him through. Send a dough recipe? I do have a lot of dough ingredients. Oh, wait, no, I don't have pizza. I don't have pizza flour. Fuck. All right, we're going... It's literally across the street. I'm going the wrong direction. Oh, I do have plenty of all-purpose flour, then. The thing is, though, is pizza dough has to rise, doesn't it? I wouldn't be able to make the pizza tonight. I'll use double O's for wood-fire doughs. Ah, gotcha.
Evening.
Yep.
A gargoyle serving in the defense of Hollywood. Exceptional. I'm sure it'll come as quite a surprise
for quick rise use.
Troop that crosses the city line. You've got a lot of promise.
They grow flowers now. Wait, what?
Still working full time for the wrong.
You talking about pizza? When I said pizza flour, you were like, pizza's now flowers. Let me see. I've got nothing against the Anarchs.
I'd like to hope so. Well, if you'll excuse me.
Okay. Should we try to go see if Nines is back yet? Oh, that's great redemption. Oh, probably for the gargoyle. I'm just thinking, so we have 7. Okay. Do we want to raise our soak some more? Or I really don't think we need intimidate for anything because we're just really kind of schmood talking our way through this. Do we want more stealth? I think we want more stealth. You know what? I think we're gonna save it. I think we're gonna save it to level up perception. All right, so what do we have right now? Nothing in Santa Monica, downtown. Okay. In return. Oh, let's go ask him for the gift. Let's go do that. That's what we should have done, because that was an option when we first talked to him. The first, I don't know what the first one was. Probably not. I've mostly played the new ones, and then this is the oldest VTM game I've ever played.
Here. And thanks
Pearl
again
of
for your help
Dubai.
earlier. And remember what I told you about LaCroix. You're good, kid. He doesn't deserve you.
No, he doesn't. Okay. What is the pearl? Boost to charisma? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Free charisma boost?
What's your pleasure?
Tia, thank you for
What's
gifting
your
a sub.
fear?
Oh no, a random person gave a tub to Tia. Never mind, I had that backwards. I read that backwards. Enjoy your sub, Tia. Enjoy having the cutest and scariest emotes on Twitch. And a Molotov cocktail. What was the other thing? All right, I guess we're going to Chinatown. Unless do we want to go see if Velvet has anything? I think we're done with Velvet, aren't we? I'm gonna go look. I'm still gonna go check. We also haven't gone to the Ass Pole, which isn't the Ass Pole supposed to be run by another vampire? And we haven't gone in here and talked to them? I have a distinct feeling like something's about to hit the fan. Yeah. Okay. Can I talk to anyone? Anyone at all. Exit. Dance floor. Upstairs. That's a new model. Wait, what is up with your face? That can't be right. That doesn't look right, right? Yeah, why is her face painted on? What? It's very much like one of those sequence tops or those like pearl tops. You are losing your mind. Hey, buddy. Can't talk to you. Ladies and gentlemen, exit. Hello. Hello. Well, I was hoping that maybe there was going to be like a whole nother quest chain. Wait, what was that? What was that? I saw prompts.
No.
Okay. I guess not? Well, no, there was nobody to talk to upstairs. Like, this random dude, can't talk to her. There's nobody in the booth. You? Oh, wait. And you might be?
I just might. Why don't you ask everyone else in the world?
Wait, are you River? Is this River? Is this the one that got marked that we saw in the newspaper?
Ash, there.
Oh, there it is. Ash Rivers. Nice to meet you.
I bet. The sun's gone down.
Yeah, just not a lot.
Never mind. Me neither. What's the catch?
Is there something wrong?
To say yes would be an understatement. What do we care anyway? I could just do it. Just walk out of here and into a legend. Maybe I live, maybe I don't. What's the difference?
All right, come on, Edgelord.
You didn't see them?
Oh, it's the Hunters.
Hunters in front, back, inside my club. I try to leave, they'll move on. So I had to ask myself, if If I go out there, am I prepared to die? How many could I take out before the killing stroke?
I don't know. You want to see how many I can take out?
3. I could just walk out there right now, blaze of glory, the end. And you know what? Knowing that, it doesn't bother me. And I guess the only reason I haven't walked out yet is because I'm trying to figure out why it doesn't bother me. Did Isaac send you?
No, actually.
What the hell, then, would be your motivation to help me?
Because I'd like a good fist fight? Pays me to see a fellow Toreador's deal? Sure, why not?
The only group I belong to is the Actors Union.
Actors Union.
Crap. And what do you propose we do?
He's too sharp, the edge is too strong. Oh no. Switch clothes?
Did you get that idea from a sitcom? Whatever. Look around the club. Maybe you'll get lucky.
Okay. It's not you. It's you.
Hey there. Haven't I seen you in here before?
New game show where you give people cash for doing crazy things? Hey, aren't you Ash?
No. Sorry, I think you've confused me for someone else.
You look just like him. Mind taking off your clothes for me? Sure, why not?
Ah! Oh, I'm not that drunk. Yikes.
Oh, that's a new one.
Whoa, back up. What the hell do you want my clothes for?
I don't think I should tell him.
What am I supposed to wear? This is crazy. This is... Oh, I knew I should have gone to Glaze tonight.
Glaze?
All right, I'll do it. What do you want me to do?
Okay. Yeah, we can do that. Alright, let's go tell Ash. Ash. You're not Ash. Ash.
You got the clothes?
Okay.
You better hope they get these hunters from the temp agency, because all the pro's gonna do is have a laugh. If it works, I'm out of this city. Here, token of my thanks.
Let's go. Alright, good luck, bud. Hell yeah, easy mission complete, baby. What's up, shitlord? God, you look ridiculous. Okay. I what? Oh. I do. Oh shit, I did! Fuck! Fuck! God damn it! I did. Well, I mean, he could just... it's more convincing if it's him. He has, like, his IDs and shit. That's fine. Come on, that's bullshit. Yeah, I'm apparently gonna go sit on the dance floor for a while. You guys having a moment? All right. Yoink. Yoink. Chinatown. Yeah, 250 bucks is 250 bucks. Listen, Kane. Kane, I know you could do it. You don't gotta show off, though. You don't have to do this for anyone else. Okay. Yeah, it's normally not a big deal, but because we're playing Toreador, it's kind of... I can't believe he obfuscated the car! Yeah, just chilling, dude. Hanging out. Hold on, I'm screen grabbing that one. Shit, wait, what's the button? Oh no, I can't screen grab it! It closes the game because it's fucking the annoying full screen thing. Manifestation and mimes on his side. Anonymous, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Alright. New zone. New towers. Chinatown. Sick. I have, like, no blood. Hold on. Hospital man? Quick save. No, don't. Okay. I think we're probably fine for now. He's still invisible! Wait, what's on the ground? What is that? Is that a pager? Is that just like a tiny screen inside the taxi that's like on the chair? What is that? Oh, it disappears on this side. Huh. Okay then. Sings. Hey, buddy. What you doing? Chicken? Hello? Oh, I think these all are bugging. At least, maybe? What are y'all doing back here? Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they're bugging. Look at that walk frame rates. Oh, hey, there's a door here. Oh. Error. Okay, there is a lot here. Oh, good lord. Jeez, wait, is this the largest hub? There's no way, right? Feels like the largest hub. See, there's another one. The hell? Is it an activation item, maybe? Do you think it's something that they like jury rigged to be part of things that need to be triggered at some point?
Not today.
Road to 10K, let's fucking go. Yeah, we're actually getting shockingly close. We may get it before the end of the year. Golden Ocean's Fish Markets. Okay, so this will probably also be someplace that we need to go to. Jesus. Oh wait, can I look at that map? Red Dragon, White Temple, Temple of Golden Virtue, Cheeky Mei Mei Ramen, Sung's Herbal Remedies, Fu Syndicate, Zhao's Imports, Golden Ocean Fish Market, Lotus Blossom, Glaze, Kamikaze Zen. Okay. God damn it. Fraggle. Okay. Lurk check. Sound off. Who's here? I better see emotes. I better say something said. Oh, come on. I could reach that. Maybe there's a way that we need to like escape out of a place up there or something later. I'm really just kind of snooping. A symbol! Sparkle, sparkle, sparkle? Oh, hi, ma'am. Can we go into Sings? Sings. Hi, Cat Lord. Ah! Howdy. You know, I don't know what I expected, but it wasn't this.
Welcome to Sang's Herbal Remedies. I am Sang. How may I assist you? Selling remedies is honest work. I came to America after discharge from Chinese
Did you still wear the uniform?
Forces to help aging parents restore. Definitely, I am now American citizen. God bless the Allegiance flag.
Okay. Do I think about guns?
Chinese invented gunpowder. Yes, I know guns.
Got any?
Hold on, please. These are good remedies for many problems. No credit cards.
Okay. Oh shit, let's go. Heavy leather clothes, heavy leather, More armor. Yes, excellent. Excellent. Oh, there's the crossbow. Okay, what do we want? This is the Spas 15. That's a shotgun. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like my... I think that now we can go over, yeah. Light leather, heavy leather, we can sell this. Oh, we can't sell our clothes, fuck! God damn it! Yeah, we can't afford the space. And I don't really like a lot of these. Crossbow I do know apparently does like a lot of damage. But does he sell ammo? It doesn't look like he sells ammo for the gun. I'm taking it. It's mine. Oh, there it is. Then it turns into ammo. Okay, so we have one. That'll do. That'll do. Well, at least we found our shop. Okay. Anything else? Okay, that just goes outside. Yeah. Once you have the weapon, you can get the ammo. Yep. All right. Not a door. All right, let's go in here. Let's see if it'll actually let us go in here. Oh, I could have sworn these were codes earlier. I could have sworn those were code boxes earlier.
I'm sorry. Dinner service stopped a little while ago, but our lounge is still open.
Passing
the
through?
lounge is right over there.
All right, then.
Yes?
Huh? Wait. Is this? Wait, did it actually incorporate the clan quest thing? Also, why do these responses feel kind of racist?
Maybe if I was a little more desperate and a little less attractive and a corpse.
Yeah?
Wait, am I trying to seduce them?
The hell I care.
Okay, why can't I talk to these people?
My boyfriend is such a jerk.
Oh, I see. Is this because my stats aren't high enough? Is that what this is? Is that why all of these I'm failing? Okay. I was about to say this looks like the same kind of responses we had before when we were getting like really shitty. Our stats weren't high enough, basically. Oh, I can talk to you too.
Something else?
Oh, that's the hostess. Can't talk to him. Okay, hold on. What are our stats right now? Our charisma is 4. So I mean, that's kind of crazy. But then again, I guess our seduction is not that high. Our seduction is only 4. What was the stat or the abilities that increased seduction? Subterfuge? Subterfuge? Why subterfuge? Okay. Only increases. Why? Why does subterfuge and appearance only you know what, fuck it.
And what do you want? Okay, let me just pick up some protection.
Damn it,
A couple
still
of
didn't
cans of
work.
Pepper spray should do the trick.
No? Okay, I get the same response
And
to him.
what do
And
you
why do
want?
we keep calling him Tong?
Maybe if I
Okay,
was a
that's still
little more
failing.
desperate
Jesus, what is the
and,
requirement for her?
a little
Hello?
less attractive
Oh, that's Ash. Okay. Yeah, still isn't high enough. Yeah, I think that's what they are. I think they're like club blood bags. Well, not blood bags, but blood dolls. Also, still Ash. Where's this? Can't read that. Hold on. Where were we supposed to meet her? Golden Temple. That's the White Cloud. Malong. Kamikaze Zen. Is this the Golden Temple? Enjoy your lurk, Luna. What is that? Oh, it's Tin Can. Howdy.
Welcome, Kindred. And thank you for respecting our traditions by announcing your presence in our domain.
Is that y'all's tradition or is that ours?
High Priestess to the people of Chinatown. Can I get you anything? Tea, perhaps?
No tea, thank you.
That is right. Your kind drinks solely of mortal blood, correct? No longer may you partake in the simple.
True. Luckily, the Quiet Jinn are lucky in that regard that they get to still eat and drink food.
Yes.
We'll stick to it. We're gonna stick to formalities.
Are similar to you, Kindred, in fewer ways than
Yeah,
you
this is the late game hub. I do know that. I don't want to insult them because I remember the Quiet Jinn don't like being called vampires in lore, and I don't remember in this game if they do.
It is a grave misnomer, I can assure you.
Okay, she just called herself vampire, so I guess it's fine.
In a sense, yes. You may think of me as the Baron of Chinatown, to borrow from your course, Canite language. We are supernatural. That does not mean we are like yourself. We are beings returned through the second breath for a purpose.
What the fuck is the Quiet Jinn?
The second breath, our rebirth into the supernatural.
Who just have some special undead sorcery? Yeah, it depends on like who's running what. Because again, if you try to take the Kindred of the East book and you're just like, it's just so much. Okay. But we are similar? I don't know if I should make that comparison.
We share superficial similarities. Kuei Jin feed on essences that can be found in blood, yes.
From Asia? Yeah, I do know that. That's why it's not really used much in like V5. And has made so many different changes. There was literally a point where the Kuei Jin were just a bunch of Asian clans and you could make them and they had their own disciplines. I only know that because I stumbled into the wiki page at one point looking at disciplines and I was like, what? I think it was something like Cho or something was the name of the discipline. And I remember looking at it and being like, why have I never heard of this discipline? And then it was like first edition Kuei Jin or second edition Kuei Jin. And I was like, oh, okay. So it's immortal, you can choose to become supernatural?
No, we do not choose. But events of our lives can awaken dark spiritual energies. We are not born of the whims of another as the Kindred are.
Is that true? I could have swore they still were.
The reasons are as numerous as the Kuei Jin themselves. Each is reborn with a purpose that they must find.
A bunch of other things from other cultures. The Kuei Jin is just a blanket term. Yeah. I do know that.
Even if it takes eternity.
The thing is, it's why it's also not very popular is because they basically slammed like every major Asian religion and like supernatural creature into one category and then did it really poorly. I have a few more questions.
What can I help you with?
I'm looking for a Nosferatu.
The great Nosferatu have lost an agent, have they? It was not by my hand.
Should I tell her that I killed a spy? Any idea where he could be?
Where he is. Perhaps you should speak with Wong Ho about this.
Yes, the Jingxi are technically part of World of Darkness.
Wong Ho owns the Red Dragon restaurant. He's a prominent businessman who has garnered much respect among his people. If something is amiss in Chinatown, he may know how to help you.
Okay. All right then.
I grant you permission to operate in the Kuei Jin domain. For now.
I forget, is her boss fight avoidable in the future? Does anybody remember? If I'm really nice to her, can I avoid the boss fight? Is that possible? Because of actual magic? Technically, anybody can learn blood sorcery. Why are you rocking? Ends poorly for you? Damn it. Where did they go? What do you mean they got my vamp? They took Mo? That's Mei. There's the red dragon. Okay, maybe I should go talk to them first and maybe they'll tell me what happens.
Maybe if I was a little more desperate and
Was there something else?
And
Second floor, have a good night.
Oh, hey.
Sorry, Lu Fang no speak English when he drunk.
Okay. I forgot about that character. How do I get upstairs? Because that's obviously the bathroom. Oh, hello. Don't mind if I do. Upstairs? Can I just jump this? Elevator? Is there an outside thing? Yeah, they are usually kicked out. The thing is, that also means that you'll never be able to make it in Vampire Society. Well, it does sound nice and interesting. It's also, though, picking up sorceries when not a part of, say, like the Tremere, for an example, does not end well. I'm trying to figure out if there's, like, outside. Definitely doesn't look like it. Okay, by a vampire one night? No, they did not. They stole the corpse of Salat. Tremere, the head of the household, devoured Salat and became what would you equate to being an antediluvian? However, that only lasted until about the 90s, I'm pretty sure. How the fuck do I get upstairs? What? What?
Sorry.
Weren't you just in the bathroom? However, Tremere got nommed by.
Hey, what just happened to my shot? I ordered another shot. What happened?
You just gonna stand there, bud? You're kind of blocking the way.
Wait, didn't I? Hey.
No, they can't. They cannot Diablerize. Well, kind of. They made like a potion that basically worked like Diablerizing. It was, they were already vampires. They turned themselves into vampires, and then he devoured Salat to make his own bloodline. It's complicated. The Nagaraja, or well, the Athanatoid did the same thing with the Nagaraja. They were made with a potion from vampire blood. I don't get it, but that's fine. How close are we to the ad break? Oh, we got plenty of time. We got plenty of time. Oh, damn you. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Whew. Hard save. All right. That's what we're going to call it. That is almost 7 hours today, guys. Tremere fell ass backwards to being Kindred. It was kind of, they were trying to make immortality by using vampires as their best way. It ended up just turning themselves into vampires at first. And then they were like, well, how can we be more powerful vampires? It was convoluted. It was convoluted, long story short. But we got a lot done. We got a lot done today. I'm happy with that. I am happy with that. What a gift. Which part? The gift of immortality, as it were. All right, so we need to figure out who we're going to raid. And then I may end up ordering some pizza. Izzy's live. Oh, shit. Rataton. I think we're going to raid Izzy. Wait, Zebby's live again. Oh, yeah. We're going to read Zebby. This is funny. We're going to read Zebby. Okay, let me make sure that goes to the right person. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow, 11 a.m. over at Hectic Stream. If you aren't already following Hectic, I do recommend doing such. Because we're going to be playing Mage over there. And then, honestly, tomorrow, we're probably going to be right back here. If I get Digimon to work, if, like, Throne gives me the payout for it, we will play Digimon tomorrow. If it doesn't, we will play more VTM. Actually, we may play something else. Just keep an eye out. We'll figure it out when that time comes. But I know what we're going to do for a raid message. We're going to do the smug. Where's my smug? There it is. We'll make the thing dropping the kids off with you again. Dropping your kids off. Oh, I did not mean to put the. Hold on. Shit. Dropping your kids off. There we go. There we go. I will see you guys tomorrow, regardless. Until then, though, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being awesome. And thank you for enjoying the show. I will see you tomorrow. Later.